How's it going, my fellow Goofy Goobers? Well, I'd say it's going pretty good so far. It's also the beginning of the stream. We'll see what happens after a couple hours. But, yeah, I didn't realize this until a couple weeks ago, but today is actually the 20th anniversary of the original, or of the SpongeBob SquarePants movie game. Not the movie itself. The movie itself didn't come out until November 19th? Is that right? That sounds close to right. It was sometime in November. I don't know the exact release date of when the movie came out, but it was sometime next month. The movie didn't come out until November. But the game, as is usually the case for movie tie-in games, the game came out earlier. So, and the day it came out was October 27th, which seems to be like the nexus point of a lot of crazy things happening, at least in my personal life. A lot of things, a lot of major life events for me have happened on October 27th. October 27th is also the release date of Halo 5 Guardians, but you know what? We're not gonna talk about that. We don't care. We don't need to worry about that today. We're in SpongeBob mode here today. Also, can you guys hear me? Are we all good? I usually ask for audio levels. We won't be able to check audio levels for certain until we get into the game itself. But
triumph against impossible odds, terror, and managerial responsibility. Our story begins in the calm waters above the town of Bikini Bottom.
Also, the release of FNAF movie. Yeah, it's a lot of things tend to happen on October 27th. October 27th was my my junior homecoming. Just to name one thing. I'd be here all day if I listed. I think I actually made a list at some point. Like all the stupid and crazy things that happened on October 27th. Oh right, Mario Odyssey was 27th, I believe, in 2017.
Talk to me, Krabs.
It started out as a simple, a Krabby Patty with cheese.
How am I doing? I'm doing wonderful.
What went wrong?
Woke up, uploaded an episode of Alien Isolation I set to render last night, which will be finishing this week. I finished recording the game yesterday. I'm going in. And then I watched a couple episodes of Hell of a Boss, and now we're here. And now is when we actually need to test audio levels. So if the game's too loud, if you can't hear me, or if you can't hear the game, let me know. I'll fix things up. Did I like Alien Isolation? I will wait. I won't give my full thoughts on the game until the finale comes out, because I'll go much more in-depth in the final episode. I have a whole, like, 40-minute... As I usually do with games, with my Let's Plays, I have a giant... Not rant, but I talk for a while when the credits start rolling about my thoughts on the game overall. I have very complex feelings about Alien Isolation. I'll leave it there for now. But if I had to answer the question just simply of did I like Alien Isolation overall, yes. I would say I overall liked Alien Isolation. But it is a bit more nuanced than that, so I'll just leave it there for now. Thoughts on Hell of a Boss so far? I like it. I do not like it as much as Hazbin Hotel. Hazbin Hotel, like, rewired my brain when I watched it for the first time. Hell of a Boss, not so much. The one thing, the music in Hazbin Hotel is, like, several dimensions above the music in Hell of a Boss. Not to say it's bad in Hell of a Boss, just nowhere near as good. But I like the characters, I like the dynamic that Blitz, Moxie, and Millie have. The first four episodes or so were mainly just, you know, standard jobs being done as hitmen, mercenaries, whatever the term is. Hitmen, hit women doing their job. That's mainly what the first couple episodes were about. I watched 5 and 6 today. Things are getting a little more interesting now that after watching 5 and 6. I don't know what the hell was going on in episode 6. Episode 6 was interesting. I felt like I was tripping something in episode 6. But, definitely starting to learn a little bit more about what makes the characters tick. The ending of episode 5 might be the biggest oh shit moment I've had so far. I was like, oh, okay, wow. Well, this is gonna be very, very concerning, seeing how this unfolds. And I think I'm almost done with Season 1. I think season 1's only like 7 or 8 episodes. So I feel like I'm already almost done with the first season. I'll probably, depending on how much time I have this week, I might be able to finish it before the end of the month. Don't hold me to that though. But overall thoughts on Helluva Boss so far are that I like it. How far am I in Helluva Boss? I've only watched, I have 3 episodes. I literally, like 5 minutes before I sat down to start streaming today, I literally just watched episode 6. Like, I finished episode 6, closed out of the YouTube app on my Xbox, shut down the console, and then ran over to my computer. I mean, my GameCube, obviously. We're playing the GameCube version here on this live stream. We're playing the official GameCube version. Can't you tell by all the GameCube button icons? This is obviously the GameCube version. Just don't pay attention to anything that shows up in the top left corner of the screen.
Black belt, here I come.
Alright, so I guess I should probably rip the band-aid off. I wanted to ease people into it, but let's just rip the band-aid off. A lot of people asking why I'm playing this game if I hated it. Well, the simple reason is that something I want to do... Okay, the game hiccups there for a second. Again, don't look in the top left. We're playing the GameCube version.
I'm the manager of this establishment. Everything is gonna be just fine.
I'm really scared, man.
You got a name?
Phil?
Come on, Phil.
I still really don't like these PowerPoint cutscenes. But the reason why I'm playing this is because something that I want to do over the
I
next
want you to do me a favor.
however long, I don't know how long it'll take to do this, but I want to revisit every single game that I cited on my worst games list, and just kind of see if my thoughts on them have updated at all since I first put them on the list.
Yet, despite his dreams, he is not honored with the manager position of the new.
I don't know how well it's gonna go. It could be a very rocky journey, but I think I owe it to the games that I put on that list to examine them with a more thoughtful eye, I guess. So that is why we're playing this. That, and also it coincides. I didn't want to. I originally wanted to start with the bottom of the list and then work my way up to the top, you know, in a linear sense of progression. But scheduling just didn't work out that way, and it made more sense to do this now since it's the 20th anniversary of the SpongeBob SquarePants Movie Game, and then the 20th anniversary of the movie is coming up next month. So the stars kind of aligned neatly for that to be the game that I started with. Danganronpa V3. Okay, well, so mild. I might not do that for any of the story-driven games, just because I don't like that. Those I know for sure. Like Apollo Justice, for instance, I've played twice, and I have a full. I forget how long the outline is, but there's a very long outline on my computer of what a script for a video critiquing that game would look like. So that isn't really a game that I feel I need to revisit. And for the story-based things, again, it's like, I don't expect that my problems with the writing would change upon closer examination. Because Danganronpa V3 is another game that I've had to spend way more time than I would like to thinking about. Zero Time Dilemma I've also played through a second time, and it actually got a little worse on the second playthrough, so... Plus, for, like, restreaming story games, I don't think it's quite as interesting to watch as restreaming more gameplay-driven stuff like this. This does, unfortunately, mean that I'm going to have to do... Am I really about to say this? I'm going to have to do an Among Us stream at some point, which is not a hurt... That is a problem for future me. Present me is not going to think about that. We're gonna put that off for later. But we're just gonna start nice and easy. And also, another thing I think is good for starting with this one is because I don't really expect that I'm going to change, like any of the actual things I said about this game, like the problems I have with it, I think are probably going to remain intact. It's just a distinction of labeling it as one of the worst games ever versus just an extremely, extremely flawed experience. So it's a bit of a way to ease myself into this little journey that I'm going on. But as to the question of am I going and hoping to have fun, sure. I'm not going and not hoping to have fun, but I am expecting that this game will annoy me today. I do like that though. See, like when the game does non-PowerPoint cutscenes and it actually takes the time to animate a little scene like that, it can be pretty funny. I do like the joke of Patrick telling SpongeBob to duck, but he's just, instead of just doing that, they hard cut to him pointing at a rubber duck on the floor. That's great. I love that. Does this mean SA2 stream? Yes, I don't think that's a big bombshell. Well, I guess if you're not on my Discord server, which you should be, but if you're not on my Discord server, I guess you wouldn't know. I do plan on re-streaming Sonic Adventure 2 before the end of the year. And maybe Heroes as well. I would like to do Heroes this year, but I don't know if I'm gonna have time to do that. Time is something that I just don't have enough of. It's like, when I was a kid, I had too much time on my hands. Now, as an adult, there's nowhere near enough. Can we have a balance somewhere in the middle between having all the time in the world as a kid and having, like, scrounging for any time at all as an adult? That, like, honestly, that's part of the reason why I would often pull, like, these kinds of crazy all-nighters. Is because there just wasn't enough time in the day to get done all the things I wanted to get done. And I just wanted to keep going. I just wanted to keep making things, keep doing things, keep making the most of the time that I have, you know, to exist. On my way of other SpongeBob games worse than this one. Okay, so that's the other thing. I think honestly, a big way to, a better framing device for the worst games video would be just, maybe not overrated games, but games that often get, well, I guess overrated would be an appropriate way to describe what I'm about to say, which is just that games that often get praise that annoy me for some reason. Like, there are way worse SpongeBob games, and I have played, like, Truth or Square is fucking garbage. Truth or Square is dismal.
Patrick?
I mean, I didn't get very far in it, but there's a reason I didn't get very far in it. And Planes Robotic Revenge isn't, like, I wouldn't call it terrible.
Just bring me more Goofy Goober tokens.
But it's like, it's just not much, there's not much to Planes Robotic Revenge. It's basically just spamming. It's just really, really tedious. It's basically like what I'm about to do here, the Combat Arena challenges, except that's the whole game. And it gets really annoying really quick. It has this also really awkward, like, RTS-style camera angle. And there's not much variety in the levels because it's just the same 3 environments over and over again. So yeah, there are definitely... Oh, and also, Revenge of the Flying Dutchman I haven't played, but there's a damn good reason I haven't played Revenge of the Flying Dutchman. So yes, there are, like, dramatically worse SpongeBob games than this, but this one upsets me personally. Because one, I happen to really like the SpongeBob movie, and I think it deserved a better tie-in game than this. And two, if you've played Battle for Bikini Bottom, you might recognize that the movement and camera is identical to that game, because they just copied and pasted the engine into this one. And, I don't know, it feels like they're wasting a really strong foundation on something that, like, all the base structure, the core gameplay of the SpongeBob movie game is really, really strong, because it is just the same as Battle for Bikini Bottom, but it's everything surrounding it that just crumbles. But speaking of other SpongeBob games, thoughts on the Patrick Star game? It looks cute. I'm not, like, dying to buy it. Like, I didn't buy it, I don't own the game, I didn't buy it day one or anything, but I will probably, if it goes on sale or something, I'll probably buy it at some point. Because it did look pretty interesting. Or at least, I don't know, maybe interesting is not the right word. It looked fun, it looked cute, it looked like I would have a good time playing that game. And I did like Cosmic Shake. I don't think Cosmic Shake is amazing or anything, but by the standard of other SpongeBob video games, pretty good. Pretty good. And the later levels were definitely better than some of the earlier levels. Like the downtown karate level was really, really lame, because it had a lot of sections where it's just side-scrolling, auto-scrolling enemy gauntlets, which I'm never a big fan of those. You heard that the reason the cutscenes are like this is due to copyright issues with the movie? Oh, well, I'm sure that would contribute to why they didn't just play the actual cutscenes from the movie. Because some games do that. Like, Chicken Little, for instance, is a game that does play the actual cutscenes directly. They just grab the fully processed animation and drop it into the game. I'm not necessarily advocating for that, but the thing is, this game does have, like, fully animated in-game cutscenes. Like, we just saw one right there with the whole, duck! That was a terrible Patrick voice. The thing where Patrick pointed at the floor and said, duck! It has cutscenes like that. There aren't many of them. I think the real reason why they didn't have more of them is just because they didn't have time. Like, I'm pretty sure this game was rushed out the door because Battle for Bikini Bottom came out in 2003, and then this game came out about a year afterwards, maybe even a little less than a year afterwards, because it needed to coincide with the release of the actual SpongeBob movie. So they didn't have time to polish things to the same way they did for Battle for Bikini Bottom, and I think that's probably why a lot of the cutscenes are just like PowerPoint presentations. Because they just actually didn't have time to properly animate full-fledged cutscenes. I think that's probably the main reason. Am I also gonna replay FNAF security shit? Oh, man. See, like, the idea of revisiting all the games in my worst list to see if my thoughts have changed sounds good on paper, and then you realize that I have to play Security Breach. And then I'm like, why do I probably will, is the thing. Like, I probably still will. If only because, see, like, when I played the game, it was when it was a broken, buggy mess. They claim to have fixed a lot of the bugs since then. So I guess it would be interesting to see how true that is, because I'm pretty sure I remember playing that game a little bit after the supposed mega patch that, like, fixed everything and made the game amazing all of a sudden, allegedly, and still encountering major issues. Or at least, I mean, less issues maybe, but there were still definitely problems there. But yes, I will probably revisit Security Breach as well.
Okay, Patrick. Since you brought me enough Goofy Goober tokens, you may now use the cartwheel move.
Yes, my favorite move, the cartwheel move, also known as the move that just breaks the entire fucking game. I'll try spinning, that's a good trick.
Going, Patrick. There's lots to do.
Oh, here we go. Here's how you win. Step 1, cartwheel. Step 2, profit. It just... You cannot lose. You simply can't lose. It's so busted. It's such a busted move. There's a there's a reason why they don't allow Patrick to do, because some people were saying they should have given Patrick the cartwheel move in Rehydrated. Because Patrick, of the 3 main characters that you play as in Battle for Bikini Bottom, he's definitely the most limited in terms of his combat capabilities and moveset. Because Sandy has the lasso, SpongeBob has the bubble bowl and the cruise bubble, Patrick has the ability to throw things, I guess. So some people wanted them to add the cartwheel to Battle for Bikini Bottom. In Rehydrated. I'm glad they didn't, because, like, it breaks every encounter he's in, for the most part. I mean, when you get... later in the game, you get some of the flying enemies that aren't as easily dispatched with the cartwheel, but most of the encounters, I guess you should say, are broken by the cartwheel. Patrick is too powerful. He really is. Like, that's the thing, is that he's just... And then you can also upgrade the cartwheel, is the thing. You can make it even more busted. When upgraded, allows him to damage anything that comes near him. It literally...
Super spin cycle.
Like, yeah, that's what we needed. We needed the cartwheel to be more busted. It just creates a force field around him that nothing can penetrate. Anyway, yeah, I have some problems with this game.
Oh, slimy stuff.
Makes you want to rewatch SpongeBob's 1 through 3. Oh yeah, definitely. Why does the music cut out at random points? well, I am playing the GameCube version. So, there might be some technical bumps along the way. GameCube version. Anyway, through the square for Wii isn't that bad. I'll take your word for it. Is Shadow Generations gonna be played on the channel? Not the remaster for Sonic Generations. Although I kind of wish I did play it on the channel because I've been playing it over the last few days and I have found some. I have encountered some hurdles, technically speaking. It doesn't. So Generations has been criticized for the PC port for some physics issues and other technical issues that are encountered when played at 60 FPS. The same thing to a lesser extent on the console versions that received the 60 FPS patch. So people were hoping that the Generations remaster would fix a lot of those things, and I think some of them have been fixed, but some of them haven't, and some of them might have been made even worse. So I kind of wish I had played it on the channel just to more properly I mean, I have clips recorded, but I kind of wish I had more properly documented them in the form of an LP. But Shadow Generations, maybe. Because that's new content, so that I might play on the channel. Whether it be in the form of an LP or a stream is undecided, because I don't know how long the game is. Okay, so this right here. Look up there, you see SpongeBob just chilling. He be chilling, he doing a little sponge. He's just chilling up there.
Between playing SpongeBob and Patrick,
And then we jump into the Porta Hero, ready to see a magic trick. Abracadabra, I've suddenly warped him down here, and he's gone. I think it'd be really funny if he just didn't, if he was still up there, even when you had, even when you were playing as SpongeBob. Thoughts on the Bug's Life? It's alright. I like it, but it's not, definitely not one of Pixar's best. It's fine. Am I gonna see the Wild Robot? I did see the Wild Robot. And it's fantastic, and you should all go see it if you haven't already. Genuinely, I think it's one of DreamWorks' best movies ever.
Back at the Krusty Krab, King Neptune confronts Mr. Krabs about his alleged thievery.
Alright, now's my chance to catch up and chat a little bit. If I think the airship is too big, good luck surviving the fungal. I don't even want to know what the fungal is.
Phasitron shows up to accuse Mr. Krabs of being a horrible person.
SpongeBob Hero shit. Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. SpongeBob Hero Pants. I think I rented that game through Redbox, played it for like 5 minutes, and immediately put it down because it was just dismal.
King Neptune grants a 6-day reprieve. So
Dude, I didn't watch Meet the Robinsons. Yeah, that's gonna be the new thing that people pester me about. It used to be it was Lilo and Stitch, now it's gonna become Meet the Robinsons. I got so many comments on that D23 video, like, oh my god, you haven't seen Lilo and Stitch? And then, like, well, I guess we gotta do a Lilo and Stitch commentary now, and now I've done it again. I did the exact same thing. It was like, oh, I haven't seen Meet the Robinsons. I need to learn to stop confessing to not seeing beloved Disney animated movies. It never goes well for me.
SpongeBob, Patrick, it's time to start your journey.
I think Mindy's dialogue just looped there. Also, for some reason, the game is running at 30 FPS now. And there's massive pop-in issues, or I guess pop-out issues right there.
This road will take you through Bikini Bottom to the edge of town. Don't let the paddy wagon take
Yeah,
too much
the
damage,
game just
or
dropped to
you'll have
30
start
FPS
again.
for some reason.
Our journey begins. Epic, heroic, daring, valiant, courageous.
SpongeBob, you're driving a sandwich.
Yeah. GameCube Santa Gens remaster reference. Funny, you just missed it. We were just talking about the Gens remaster. Oh no. Does this whole... Oh. Oh no. Does this whole level run at 30 FPS on the GameCube version? Oh, great. Oh, that's... great. The driving levels already make me motion sick, so I'm sure being forced to play these levels at 30 FPS is gonna be even better for my sanity. Why is it... Okay, so, disclaimer, like, memes aside, I genuinely don't know how much of this is, I don't know how much of the technical side of this is to be attributed to the fact that I'm playing the GameCube version, and how much is to be attributed to the actual GameCube version. I can at least say that on the Xbox version, this level, all the levels run at 60 FPS. It does not run at 30 on the Xbox. That is a GameCube or GameCube specific problem. But holy shit, it's I mean, it may not look that bad on stream, but to play, it's the driving controls on this game are already really slippery, so compounding half the frames is not my favorite thing in the world. Daylight savings happen in Europe. Oh, right, yeah. Daylight savings is a thing that happens at different times throughout the world. I remember this being a problem last year for something. Or maybe the year before that. We had a problem with this before where we, like... Oh, wait, no, it was earlier this year, I think. When we were trying to... When Daylight savings happened in March, we were trying to organize a game session. And we unaware that Daylight savings happened, and it screwed it. Because it doesn't happen at the same time in the US as it does in other places. We don't set our clocks back until next weekend. Yeah, it happens next week in the US. Daylight savings is an interesting conundrum that feels like I feel like the reasons why it was conceived of in the first place are no longer relevant. So it doesn't need to. But you know, it's fine. It's a thing we got to deal with. Have I finished Gen's remaster? Oh, to have that kind of time. I have not. I still have not. The last progress I made was when I beat Death Egg Robot a couple days ago. Yesterday, all my day yesterday was spent finishing up Alien Isolation, and then I spent the night rewatching some movies like Alien and Back to the Future 3. And also making some preparations for my trip next weekend. I have not had time to revisit Sonic, or to keep going with Sonic Gen's remaster, but I will probably play a little bit more of that tonight. Okay, that was terrible. But that one's more so on this version of the game and not the game itself. The fact that it runs only at 30 FPS is unbearable. Like, I know some people claim to not be able to determine the difference or distinguish between 30 FPS and 60 FPS. I kind of don't believe them when they say that. Like, I don't know how it's possible to look at a 30 FPS game and a 60 FPS game and be like, these are exactly the same. Like, I kind of get it with story-driven games, like Ace Attorney or something, because, like, those aren't very mechanically intensive. You're just essentially playing a movie kind of thing, and movies run at 24, or are shot at 24 for the most part. Unless you're Gemini Man, in which case you're shot at 120, and shown in 3D, match made in heaven. But for a game like this, for any kind of action-oriented game, no, I can't. I cannot. I simply cannot.
They should have listened. Our heroes are now stranded in a vast desert with only their feet for transportation.
You remember the first movie having a spy gadget scene? Are you referring to the part where SpongeBob, like, pulls out a toolkit and then has to perform surgery on the Krabby Patty to remove the cheese? If so, that is an... Oh, thank goodness we're back to... So why was that level at 30 FPS? What? Okay. Weird. In the movie, SpongeBob does have to perform surgery on the Krabby Patty to extract the cheese.
I have enough Goopy Goober tokens. Now I can teach you the bash move.
All of the driving levels? Oh. Why?
Now I am the master.
All the driving levels and all of them and other platform levels run at 30. Okay. It might have been a rendering issue on the GameCube. Maybe, but like one of the levels he mentioned was Bubble Blowing Baby Hunt. That's an indoor level.
Isn't this the really dangerous desert that no
Like,
one
surely they'd have more problem rendering a level like this, which is entirely outdoors, at 60 FPS.
Well, in that case, I'll have
But
the tower shut down.
Bubble Blowing Baby Hunt is... Okay. Anyway, cool detail in this level. you can see the hillbillies that bully SpongeBob and Patrick right behind you at the start of this level. That's pretty neat. And I like that detail. That they just... Aww. The cutscene cut off his dialogue. Anyway, that's dumb. I could at least understand if it was exclusively the driving levels and nothing else. But, like, that just doesn't make sense to me. That bubble-blowing baby hunt specific... I mean, you'll see when we get there, I guess, but, like, that is... I don't get that level being... Okay, whatever. We'll just have to deal... The complaining isn't gonna get us anywhere. We'll just have to suck it up and deal with it. I don't blame anyone if you want to look away from the screen when we get to those levels. It's not gonna save me, but it'll save you at least. This game looks as washed out as Sharkto does. Yeah, I kinda... I'm not a big fan of how the levels look in this game. Some levels look okay, but some... Like, I think, Now That We're Men, I think looks pretty alright. I like the vibe of that level. But a lot of the levels in this game do look really washed out. And the thing is, like, it's the same general... Like, a lot of the assets are clearly reused from Battle for Kingdom. Like, the rocks in this area, I think, are just taken from Jellyfish Fields and maybe retextured or recolored a little bit. These posts, I think, are just the same things from Goo Lagoon. A lot of it does look like they just took it right out of Battle for Bikini Bottom, because, again, this game was rushed. Clearly, this game was rushed out in a year. But a lot of it, like, a lot of the backgrounds don't look as polished. It clearly, most of this, I really believe this game could have been pretty good if it just had more time in the oven, and they didn't, because they had to meet the deadline, they had to get it out in time for the movie. So it's a shame. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I don't... Some levels I think look like genuinely just bad, like actually ugly. I think I said in my video that like all the levels look ugly. I don't believe all the levels look ugly, but some of them definitely do. And generally speaking, I just think a lot of the art doesn't look super. It's not very. I think Battle for Kingdom Bottom is a way more visually appealing game than this. You're pretty sure Heavy Iron handled the Incredibles game? Oh yeah, that's the other thing that really fucked this game over, is that this game came out October 27th, 2004, and I'm pretty sure The Incredibles came out November 1st, 2004, or something like that, or like pretty early in November. So like within a week or so of each other, they had two games releasing back to back, which means that they would have had to been developing them in tandem, and both of them needed to be out to meet a release date, to match a release date for a movie. Which is probably why both games are as messy as they are. And I think that explains most of this game's problems. Is the movie still in the top 20 worst movies? Well, that's what we're here to find out today, but I can probably spoil it for you. I don't think it would be. What I said, if you missed the beginning of the stream, what I said is basically, I think most of the actual problems I have with this game are going to remain unchanged. Mostly. I just probably wouldn't, I don't think I'm going to give it the qualifier of being one of the worst things ever made. There's other games in the SpongeBob library that are way worse than this. Do I think this game deserves a remake? This game could very much benefit from a remake. I think this, more so than Battle for Bikini Bottom, this could definitely benefit from a remake. Because Battle for Bikini Bottom is pretty much perfect. You just need to... And admittedly, like, Rehydrated did fix the few faults it had. It did try to fix... Well, okay. It did not fix Mr. Krabs. In fact, they actually initially made Mr. Krabs' spatulas even worse for some stupid reason. But they did fix the boss fights. Most of them, anyway. Most of the boss fights in the first game, or the original game, are pretty slow and boring. They made them a lot more exciting and fast-paced in Rehydrated. But Rehydrated also changed a lot of other things for no reason that makes it a much worse experience. But Battle for Bikini Bottom didn't... Aside from that, I don't think there was enough wrong with BFBB to justify it being remade. Whereas this game, like, please, I beg you, please, just try again. You have something really solid here. Just try again. Try again, give them more than a year to make it, and maybe we'll have something great on our hands this time. The movie could have had a similar structure to Mario Galaxy and Unleashed. It's funny you mentioned Sonic Unleashed, because this game actually has a similar problem to what Sonic Unleashed has, where it arbitrarily paywalls you and forces you to backtrack through levels and collect a lot of things. It's definitely worse in Unleashed. Ah, damn it. But this game also has it pretty bad towards like the final level has 2 stupid paywalls back to back. And it's really annoying, but I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get to him. Thoughts on Camp Coral and the Patrick Star Show? I refuse to watch them on principle. I really don't like that as soon as Steven Hillenburg passed away, they got to work milking the franchise for all it was worth. I mean, still not as offensive as the actual, like, Krabby Patty thing they have with Wendy's or whatever, because Steven Hillenburg was very explicitly against the concept of using SpongeBob to sell fast food to children. Like, that's very explicitly something he absolutely did not want. But they did it anyway, and that really grinds my gears.
More of a man already.
Say something good about Kung Fu Panda 4. Jack Black's, or Tenacious D's cover of Baby One More Time. Favorite episode of Helluva Boss so far is probably episode 6. Probably. I don't know, the first episode's pretty solid. First episode is pretty damn solid. But I think I'd probably still lean in favor of Truth Seekers.
I should bring ice skates next time.
Have I seen Mr. Peabody and Sherman? Yes, I like Mr. Peabody and Sherman a lot. I like it more than I'd say that it's good. It has a decent chunk of decent chunk of problems, but also I think it peaks in like the opening scene. The opening scene where they introduce Peabody and Sherman, and it's essentially just an homage to the classic Peabody and Sherman cartoons. It pretty much peaks there and never quite recaptures it. But I do still like the movie a lot overall. Do you think I'll ever check out the pilot of Helluva Boss? Maybe? I didn't want to watch it before. I mean, I consciously chose not to watch Helluva Boss before, or sorry, the pilot of Helluva Boss before watching the actual series, because I didn't want my expectations of it to be colored by, because I knew, unlike the Hazbin Hotel pilot, which is canon to the story, I knew the Helluva Boss pilot changed, or things changed from the pilot to the actual show, so I didn't want to color my expectations at all with something I knew was going to be changed. But maybe after I finish the show, I'll go back and see what it was like. Because I did that with the Owl House, where I watched the whole show and then the pilot got leaked earlier this year. And I checked it out, and boy howdy, I am so glad they made the changes they did, because that would have been, I mean, again, the pilot was never designed to be an actual episode. It was exclusively designed for test purposes. That's why the pilot throws so much bullshit at you at once. They introduce way too many characters and way too many concepts in one episode. But it makes sense for what it was designed to be. It was designed to be something that they showed to test audiences, just to gauge how kids would respond to things like Lilith and the Curse and Hexside and Amity and all these things. But obviously, if you're gonna make an actual pilot, you should not introduce Amity and the Curse and Lilith and Hexside all in one fucking episode. That's insane. Have I ever seen a movie in 3D? I still see movies in 3D. I've seen lots and lots of movies in 3D. I saw The Wild Robot in 3D, for instance. And actually, just recently, just this week, I saw Nightmare Before Christmas in 3D because it was brought back to theaters in 3D. Hey, look, it's the Hillbillies shown at the beginning of the level. It's my friends from the... Hi there, what was that? That's... That's not how rocks work. Clearly they don't want you standing on that, but I just slid. I slid in a very unnatural manner off that rock. Taking so long on the Halo video, 3x3 rebranded itself. Yeah, see, that's the other. I mean, I haven't been actively working on the Infinite video for a while because I've been focusing on Toy Story 3. But yeah, that massively complicates things because there's a lot of times in that video where I say 343 Industries. Although I guess it technically wouldn't be inaccurate because, like, it's the same studio, but I don't know, it's... A lot of people are saying not to get excited because the Halo Studios is still the same company, they just changed the name. But, like, it's really, for all intents and purposes, it may as well be an entirely different studio. Because, yes, it's the same building and some of the employees are still there. But the leadership is all gone. Bonnie Ross is gone. All the people in charge of the company left or were let go. And, oh my goodness, is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is? In my SpongeBob Movie Game stream? Ooh, it's been a while since we got one of those. I missed that. I mean, I miss saying that. I missed that little running gag we had going for. Remember when those kinds of bots would show up like every stream? I don't think I should have made that jump. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, it is a different studio. So like the people, the team that made Halo Infinite is not the team that's going to be making the next Halo game, which I think is almost certainly going to be the Halo Combat Evolved remake. I think that's a foregone conclusion at this point. So yeah, I don't know if I would re-record. I would either... Choices are either put a disclaimer at the beginning saying, hey, I recorded this in 2022. No, wait, no. 2020. I recorded the audio for that in early 2023. Before 343 dissolved and became Halo Studios, so just keep that in mind. Or to re-record the whole thing and say... But if I say Halo Studios did this, I don't think that would be accurate. Because they didn't. It was 343 that... I don't know. It's... a thing that I have to, decide. Why did they make SpongeBob's uppercut move take 5 seconds longer for no reason? Because you have to upgrade it. Like, that's... A lot of things in this game were just made worse. Nah, I can't save this. I almost saved it, but I fucked it right at the end. A lot of things in this game are just made worse arbitrarily because they want to make you have to upgrade them to be better. Favorite level in Battle for Bikini Bottom is Kelp Forest, which is controversial because a lot of people hate Kelp Forest because they played the GameCube version, and on the GameCube version, the Kelp Forest is almost impossible to see anything that's going on in that level because it's too goddamn dark. But on the Xbox version, the lighting is not broken in Kelp Forest, so I think Kelp Forest does a good job of showing off a highlight reel of the game at its best. Sound? Okay. Sound took a second to show up for... That was weird. You have the first area, nice casual exploration. Second area is a good Patrick section. Then you have a puzzle section in the cave. You have a slide section. I think it is the best, greatest hit. I mean, I guess the actual greatest hits is SpongeBob's Dream, because that's very explicitly here's the slide challenge, here's the platform challenge, here's the combat challenge. But in a more natural way, I think Kelp Forest is the best of that. And also, I just love the vibe. I love the not somber, but it's a very, very atmospheric level. It's simultaneously kind of spooky and also kind of chill. And the music really sells that. Have I seen Bolt? Yes, I've seen Bolt. I like Bolt. I don't know if I'd still like it if I revisit it, but I do like Bolt. Is Gravity Falls going to be on the best TV shows list? Probably. Gravity Falls is kind of amazing. It's kind of great. Don't know if you knew that. How long was this game? 4 hours-ish, maybe 4 to 5 hours. I mean, I think if you... 100% is probably a little longer, but I think it'll probably take between 4 and 5 hours to get through this today. It's certainly not going to be as long as my final Astrobot stream, that's for sure. That took way longer than I expected it to. I did not plan on dedicating that much time to finishing Astrobot. But I don't regret it because it was a lot of fun. And if you haven't played Astrobot yet, what's wrong with you? There is no acceptable answer for why you haven't played Astrobot other than I don't have a PS5 or I don't have the money. Beyond that, what are you doing? Shell City Dead Ahead reminds me of Kelp Forest. That slights me on a personal level that you've even dared to mention them in the same breath. Because Shell City Dead Ahead that's like the one level I would point to in this game of being genuinely ugly to look at. I really, really don't. I mean, well, you'll see when we get to it. I really hate the visuals of Shell City Dead Ahead, whereas Kelp Forest, I think, is a beautiful level. By the way, something you may notice is that the upgrades kind of break this game. I didn't do it successfully there, but if you wait for the, like right there, if you wait for the buttons to get close enough together and then you activate your bash move thing, it'll hit multiple targets at once, which kind of defeats the whole point of the challenge of trying to like time your jumps to hit all 3 in a row. There was another challenge like that earlier in the cave. You're supposed to break the boxes or break the things. Also, what is going on with the sound? The game's having it's having a rough day. It's fine. There was a puzzle quote unquote earlier, where you were supposed to break the things in front of the boxes in a certain order. They were stacked in like one high box, 2 high box, 3 high box, 4 high box, and you're supposed to break them in a certain order. But if you just bash one and then detonate the explosive charge, it breaks them all, and again you get the treasure chest anyway. And that's kind of the problem with this game's upgrade system, is that like if you don't upgrade the game, some of it is annoyingly hard, but if you do upgrade everything, then it becomes brokenly easy in some areas.
These tracks form part of the slide through this area. I need you two to race down them and knock those towers over.
Sounds kinda hard.
Don't worry, guys. Stay on the track, jump over obstacles, and hit any plankton signs you see along the way. Good luck.
Would I still put this game on my worst games list? I don't think so. Like, I know the whole point of this is to kind of re-examine the game and see if I would still be as harsh on it as I was previously. But I think I can kind of spoil it for you now and say I don't. I would not put this game on the list of like worst things ever. But I still don't think I'm gonna rate it very highly. I still am not expecting me to rate this game very highly. Because, like, again, the actual issues I have with it are pretty much all still intact. It's just like, is it actually worthy of being called one of the worst things ever? No. More just a game that slights me. A game that personally gets under my skin for a lot of reasons that I went over earlier. FNAF Movie 2 has started filming. That's cool for them. I'm not gonna go see it. I refuse to support Blumhouse. If they're gonna support generative AI, I'm not gonna support that studio. I can't do it. Morally, I won't allow myself to give my money over to a company that will just so blatantly throw its artists under the bus like that. Will I play Revenge of the Flying Dutchman? Absolutely not. Unless I lose a bet. I'm not... I know the horror stories. I've seen the gameplay. I'm not touching Revenge of the Flying Dutchman with a 10-foot pole. It's not happening. Current phase of FNAF is literally about how generative AI is bad. I mean, that's like Scott Calton himself has said, like, hey, please don't use AI to replicate the voice actors for things. It's like, I don't like he's been very clearly, outwardly outspoken against it. And then Blumhouse turns around and is like, you know, AI is a tool, and we are all about supporting artists. And what I want to learn, that clip of Jason Blum saying I want to learn about AI so I can understand it, like, fuck off. You don't need. I'm gonna learn about AI, so I'm gonna experiment with filmmakers and using generative AI. Shut the fuck up. You don't. I want to learn about how missiles work, so I'm gonna launch a few at my neighbor's house and see what happens. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't need to actually use something to learn how it works. There's like countless studies and lawsuits about this that you can read up on. You don't, it's a shame, like, because I genuinely did have a lot of respect for Jason Blum and Blumhouse as a studio, because I thought they were, because like, they make their movies pretty cheap, and then they make a lot of profit, so like, because they make, what the fuck is going on with the sound in this game? Because they make their movies so cheaply, it allows them to take more risks. Because, like, Jordan Peele said this when he was doing a talk about his time working at Get Out. Is that he had a lot of leeway when he was making that movie with Blumhouse because he made such a cheap movie. But if the budget gets too high, they can't afford to take risks. They can't afford to trust in new, risky ideas because they have a lot of money invested in the project. So I had a lot of respect for, well, I guess we're going this way now. I had a lot of respect for Blumhouse, because that was kind of their production process. But that's all gone now. I hate that he's even, like, he had a chance to walk it back, but he didn't. He just, it's like he said we got a lot of negative press around it, and then gave the most nothing burger answer. He tried to walk the line and be like, well, you know, we're testing the waters, it's a tool, I want to learn how it works, we're experimenting. And he tried to give like a super neutral answer, and that's not at all what it is. If I, like, genuinely, I've come to realize that if there's one position that I am, like, super hyper-radicalized on, it's AI. Like, of all the extremely strong positions that I hold, I don't know that there's anything I believe in more strongly, at least in the realm of art and media, than that AI is fucking terrible, and I hate it with the fiery passion. Also, how do we always loop around to, like, I mean, I know this one was on me because I'm the one who brought it up, but, like, it feels like every time I stream, we inevitably arrive at the subject of AI being shit. Favorite level of the game so far?
Our heroes, having foiled Plankton's evil plans, continue across the desert.
I think
But
probably 3,000 miles of
remains
Shell City.
one stubby step ahead of them. He sends someone to make sure that they will fail. He is a vicious, ruthless killer named Dennis. Fortunately, SpongeBob and Patrick have discovered the paddy wagon in a parking lot, but the key is missing. So this is the level coming up right here, Bubble Boy and Baby Hunt, that apparently also runs at 30 FPS. I am willing to buy the idea that they needed to limit the driving levels to 30 FPS because it was it moves too fast. The levels are too big, something like that, because you're in a car, so you're of course moving faster. But this level right here, when it eventually loads, give it time. Give it time. There we go. It's all indoors. It's a pub brawler building thing. I don't know. What is going on with the sound?
Good news, Patrick. You've got enough Goofy Goober tokens for me to...
Okay, something is... I honestly don't know if this is... I assume this is just GameCube version stuff and not, like, actual GameCube version stuff, but it's... What the fuck is happening? What a great game, everyone. Well, this one I don't think is on the game. I think this is literally just GameCube version stuff.
For the smash to work. You can use it to press buttons, break through floors, and even defeat enemies. The paddy wagon is parked outside, but you'll need to get the key back to use it.
That doesn't sound hard.
You'll probably have to defeat all of the thugs to get to it.
That sounds hard.
You can do it, I know you can.
Did she just swear? She sure did. Yes. The ass smash. Come on, you can say it. It's the ass smash. That's That's a tongue twist. Ass smash. Ass smash. That's way harder. That's probably why they censored it. Well, I mean, it's not the actual reason they censored it, but I like the idea that the main reason they censored it wasn't because it's a kid's game. It's because they're like, this is just too fucking hard to say. Okay, I give up. Is Thug Tug similar to the Salty Spittoon? Kinda, I guess. Anyway, yeah, this is gonna be pain. In fact, you know what? I'm thinking about whether I should go back and do some padding, because I can't do this now because we don't have the throw ability yet. 3K miles is clear. I guess we can do slide, because there's a lot of padding in this. There's instances later in this game that we're going to encounter where you just can't progress unless you have a certain number of Goofy Goober tokens.
I like to stop and smell the anemones.
Being able to hear the dialogues over it anyways.
Well,
So I think
try sliding quickly instead. If you make it under the allotted time, you'll earn a reward.
Well, actually, I'm trying to debate whether I want to preemptively do some of the side content now to make life easier for me later when we hit the paywalls, or if I want to just play the game normally as if I didn't know that paywalls were coming. And because something a lot of people said about this game is that the paywalls are optional. Like, you don't have to backtrack, you don't have to go back and do you don't have to do the side content if you want to, because one of the problems I have with this game is that there's so much padding. A lot of the tokens that you can get are just go down the slide again, but faster. Go down the slide again, but with rings. Go down the slide again, but this time do it even faster for the Macho Time Challenge. And it's the same thing for the driving levels, and it just feels so blatantly padded to extend the game's runtime. And a lot of people said, well, you don't have to do them if you don't want to. But, like, there are instances in this game where if you don't have enough Goofy Goober tokens, like, even if you are exploring all the levels and getting all the hidden stuff in the actual platforming levels, you will still inevitably reach a point in the game where you just can't progress any further unless you backtrack and do some of this extra stuff. So I'm torn between whether I preemptively do some of these things in order to make life easier down the line, or if I want to play the game normally and see how long I can go until I hit one of those walls. Whoa. This type of game is made to be completed to be appeal to this subgenre. Yeah, I mean, like collectathon platformers, I thought the idea is that you wanted to get all the things, but a lot of people, I mean, I just don't even like the defense of, like, I mean, yeah, it's bad and it's padded and it's tedious, but you don't have to do it. Okay, but then why is it in the game? Like, if you agree that it's really drawn out and monotonous, then wouldn't it be better if it just wasn't? Like, I guess, yeah, it's better than if it was mandatory, but also it kind of is mandatory here. Which progression is worse, Sunshine vs. Unleashed versus the movie game? Unleashed, I think, is the worst of the bunch. I don't think I've ever encountered something more egregious than that final metal blockade before you go to the end game material. Sunshine, I don't think is that. I don't think Sunshine is worthy of being mentioned in that same category as the other two. I think what I'll do is I'll do this one sliding level, because I hadn't actually thought this until just now. I will say this though, I'm not doing any more driving. The goal is to avoid doing any more driving if at all possible. One, because I can't drive at 30 FPS. I can't. It's bad enough doing it for the regular level. Having to do that in addition to doing, like, time challenges. No. How about we just don't? So, if at all possible, the goal is to avoid having to do any driving challenges. And I think the driving challenges are the only other thing we can do right now. because the 3,000 miles of Shell City is cleared.
Here's your reward.
And we can't do Up Chocolate Creek and I'm Ready Depression or the Sonic Wave Challenge because we don't have the abilities needed to do those things. So I think we'll just cap it off here. And then we'll see. We'll see how long we can go.
Three-legged race?
Spelling shuffleboard backward?
No. Rings will appear along this slide. You have a limited time to get through each ring. I'll reward you if you get through every ring.
I think we'll run through this since we're here, and then we'll stop for now. Do I think Unleash is a bad game? Oh god, no. Unleash is not. The biggest thing with Unleash is just that the final paywall is shit, but the game itself is very good. I would never want to imply that Unleash is a bad game by any means. I don't even hate I know a lot of people hate the Werehog sections. I do not hate the Werehog sections. In fact, I think I actually prefer some of the Werehog levels to the day levels. Although that could just be the metal hunt, the forced metal hunting in me speaking, because it's easier to get the medals in the Werehog levels than it is in the day levels. Because of course you're not moving. Ah, shit. I missed the ring. It's easier to get the medals in the Werehog levels than the day levels because you're not moving as fast. There are original recordings of them. Yeah, there's somewhere at Nickelodeon, because like I think the story for Sailor Mouth goes that they tried recording it without actually swearing, and it was too awkward. It was too hard. So they eventually just said, you know what? Screw it. Just go nuts. Let the most foul shit you can possibly think of fly out of your mouths, and we'll edit it out later. Which means that, and Nickelodeon, as is the case with most studios, they have all the archival recordings. Somewhere in that studio exists unfiltered, raw recordings of the SpongeBob actors swearing emphatically into their microphones. I would pay a concerning amount to be able to hear that. That would be fantastic. To just like listen to an unfiltered, uncensored, unedited, raw recording. Because someone did leak the raw recording of Shanghai. Someone just uploaded like the full recording session for the entire episode with SpongeBob, with Tom Kenny, Roger Bumpus, and Bill Fagerbaki. I think that's how you say his last name. And that's interesting because I'm a nerd for behind the scenes. And any behind the scenes stuff I can get my hands on, I'm all for that. Even for things I don't like, because for whether I like or dislike the thing, it's always fascinating to see how it came together. But it would be especially interesting for Sailor Mouth. Developers wasted time on this padding levels, guys. Well, I mean, I don't know if I'd say it was time waste. Well, actually, yeah, I guess I would say that, because time spent on making the ring and time challenges could have been better spent polishing the game. But also, I can't imagine it's that hard to just set a time limit and make it so that if you get to the end before the time limit, then you win. So these types of challenges were implemented in the game specifically because they were easier, probably, to do. So I don't know if the time spent doing this would have equated to the time spent polishing other aspects of the game. Have I played 2D Mario games? Yes. In fact, I'm one of a very small number of people in the world who will defend New Super Mario Bros. Wii and New Super Mario Bros. U. A sentiment that I saw a lot when Super Mario Bros. Wonder came out last year was, oh my god, finally a good 2D Mario game after all the crap we had with the new Super Mario Bros. Games. And like, so I say this having played the first World of Wonder, and don't get me wrong, Wonder is amazing. I did have a lot of fun playing it, but I just, the rhetoric of this game is amazing, unlike those other shitty Mario games that no one liked, doesn't really get you anywhere. Like, I do believe, like, Mario Wonder will be adored by both people who loved and hated the new Super Mario Brothers games. But, so, like, I don't think you don't need to be like, these other games suck to prop up the hype of the new one. Anyway, I think we're gonna leave it there for now. I kind of regret even starting down that road in the first place. Because I would have been interesting to see how long you can go without doing any of the padding. But I think we're still going to hit a wall. I think no matter what, we're bound to hit a wall. Now we're back in 30 FPS hellscape. You'd have a better case arguing for 06 why this game have like 5 more DLCs. That is really confusing. I didn't even know it had DLC for a long time. It has like, what is it? What's the total amount? It has Team Attack Amigo, where you play the levels as other characters. It has, was hard mode DLC, or was it just very hard mode that was? Because hard mode I think is just the levels, except there's extra spikes in the way, because fuck you. Very hard mode is like totally different level design, I'm pretty sure. Like I think for Wave Ocean you go through it backwards, which is interesting.
Oh, the key.
FPS does not matter. It just depends on how you utilize the FPS. I have a hard time believing genuine, like when someone says I don't care what the FPS is in the game, I'm like, I feel like I can break that pretty easily. Like I feel like there are obvious examples that you could point to where it's like, of course the game would be smoother if it had a higher frame rate. And like, inversely, there are times when it doesn't really matter what the frame rate is. Like, I wish that they had upgraded Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice to run at 60 FPS for the Apollo trilogy, instead of forcing Apollo Justice to run at 30 FPS just to match the other two. I wish that Grace Attorney Chronicles got an upgrade to 60 FPS, because it's smoother on the eyes, but those games don't need they don't need the increase in frame rate, right? Like, it's not a necessity because it is so cinematic and story-driven. But, like, you're really gonna tell me that playing an action-heavy shooter like Halo, for instance, it doesn't matter whether it's running at 30 FPS or 60 FPS? Like, I don't know, man. That's weird to me. I just don't, I mean, I think it must just, I'm not an ophthalmologist, so I don't know about this, but it might genuinely just be, not that people don't care, but like, some people are just legitimately incapable of discerning the difference between frame rates. I don't know if that's a thing. It might be, because it doesn't, because like the difference is, because there's some technical things in media that like only someone who's obsessed with filmmaking and art would care about. Like, a lot of people, for instance, don't notice it when aspect ratios change. That's just not a thing that they, like in Oppenheimer or Interstellar, when the screen changes aspect ratios every 5 minutes for sometimes not so great reasons. A lot of people just won't care or notice that. But I will, because I edit things consistently, so I'm always dealing with aspect ratios and editing things in that way. So it's impossible for me not to notice, but like that, those things I get. But frame rate, I don't know, that feels more like a broader thing. Also, I think I might have missed one of the pits you need to jump down to get the next treasure chest. Yeah, let's go back. I'm not going for 100%. Because that would require me to do all the ring and time challenges, and fuck that. But I at least want to get all the treasure chests. Okay, maybe not all the treasure chests, because there's some really annoying ones in later levels. But this one's easy to get, so I may as well. It's not going to take me that long to get it. I think when you go down to the disco challenge that I did, I think it takes you past. You have to clear out 2 pits worth of enemies to get the treasure chest to spawn, and I think I missed one. I think going down the disco route forces you to miss one. Where was I? I think someone asked favorite game I played for the first time this year. Astrobot, I think, is the clear winner. And I don't really know what else could contend with it. I mean, obviously the Until Dawn remake, right? Like, obviously that's the greatest game to ever game. Who would ever dare match the might of the Until Dawn remake? It's either, well, actually, I think, honestly, it might be well, no, I can't say, because I technically can't say that Help 1 and 2 is in the running, because even though the LP came out this year, I recorded that all in December of 2023, so I don't think that really counts, so, yeah, Astrobot still wins. It's not, because it's not Frontiers. Frontiers is good, but not that good. Budget Ultimate was a fucking disaster. Going Commando is, again, good, but not that good. Resident Evil Village it pains me to this day. Into the Pit is disappointing. Rescue Mission, again, good, not that good. I think Astrobot has to be the clear winner. The OG Until Dawn is for sale on the PlayStation Store and costs $20. Meanwhile, $70 for the remake. There was literally no reason to buy the remake over the original. The only justification for it is that if you just don't own a PlayStation console and the only way you can play it is through the PC. Okay, there it is. There's the treasure chest that spawns in. Like, if you only have a PC and your choice is either get the remake on PC or never play the game, then okay, I still think it's a waste of money, but I at least understand that. But, like, don't do what I did. If you own the original or you have a PlayStation and you have the means to play the original Until Dawn, don't ever buy the remake. You're just burning money at that point. Don't I love the skin pores? No, I don't. In fact, I think some of the character models, like, I legitimately think Jessica's model looks worse than she does in the original. And it's not just because of her stupid hair. There's something wrong with the character models in that game that bleeds into the animation as well. It all just feels so fucking stilted, and it's really weird. Oh shit! I jumped onto it as it was lowering into the ground. I almost saved it too. It almost came up before I lost the last hit point. Okay, that being said, I will say this: if dying right there caused the treasure chest to despawn, I'm not going back to get it. I'm not going through that much yet, because I was pretty close to the beginning of the level when I restarted. But if I get all the way to the end and the treasure chest despawned because I just died right there, I will not go back for it after that. That's not happening. Oh my god, look, 60 FPS! Look at this! Oh my eyes! Oh my god, look at this! I love the main level runs at 30 FPS. We jump out of the level for the side challenge, and then it immediately just, and then of course now we're gonna have to go back to 30 FPS as soon as we beat this, which is gonna be great. The 180-degree turn the character's doing the Frank Sinless rent-free in your head. It's so, and there's so much of that throughout the game too. It's so jank. It's so jank. I don't get it. So much you could do with an Until Dawn remake, and they didn't even try. Cars, WALL-E, and Up are too underrated. Are they, though? I feel like WALL-E isn't underrated. Cars, sure. Cars gets shit on a lot for poor reasons. But WALL-E, I feel like, is pretty universally adored. There was a big controversy in 2008 or 9, because the Oscars for 08 would have been in 09, I guess, when a lot of people thought it should have been nominated for Best Pictures, or for Best Picture, and it wasn't. So, there was a big controversy that they were like, that was the moment when people were like, is the Academy ever gonna not nominate an animated feature for Best Picture again? And honestly, I think that's a big reason why Up and Toy Story 3 got Best Picture nominations. Because, like, Toy Story 3 is a masterpiece, but I kind of think the only reason why it was nominated for Best Picture is not because of the merits of the film itself, but because the Academy was like, don't worry, guys. No. We totally don't hate animation. We respect it as a legitimate medium of art. Look, we nominated Up. And look at this. We nominated Toy Story 3. See? We love animation. We like the animation stuff. And then Cars 2 came out and it was so shit that even they couldn't justify nominating it. And they were like, and they silently used that as an excuse to back away from ever nominating an animated feature for Best Picture ever again. But that's just a theory. An Oscars theory. I hate everything. Halo runs at a very low frame rate when you play it. I feel sorry for you, because I used to play Halo at a low frame rate, but I can never go back. Because, like, on the 360, all the games were locked at 30 FPS. And on the original Xbox, sometimes Combat Evolved would dip into single digits when the game got too hectic. Now, thankfully, it runs at 120 FPS on Series X, and even higher frame rates on PC. I could never imagine, and again, first time playing Halo was at 30 FPS, but I can never go back now. I can't even imagine what that would be like. I've tried it, and like, if I had to, I could do it, but it wouldn't be a fun experience, that's for sure. Also, can we talk about how crap these levels are, by the way? It's just enemy spam. Like, there's no creative enemy placement here. There's no real thought put into these encounters. It's just, they throw 50 of the same type of okay, they throw 47 of the same type of enemy at you, and then to mix things up, they'll throw 3 oddballs. They'll throw 3 wild cards in there just to mix things up a little bit. It feels rushed. It feels like it's like I think I used this line in the video. It's like a dev debug level where it's a flat open space, and then they just throw enemies at you. Just quantity over quality. And now, we get to go back to 30 FPS hellscape. I love that we come back into a lava, like literally a lava world, like it really just stepped into the hellscape. 3D Sonic or 3D Mario? I think 3D Mario is better than 3D Sonic. But I think 2D Sonic is better than 2D Mario. There are exceptions, of course, but generally speaking, that's what I believe. Thoughts on the Venom films? Haven't seen them. And I don't really plan to. Oh well. Do I think this is the worst level in the game? No, far from it. I think the worst level in the game is either Shell City Dead Ahead, or, I mean, discounting the driving levels, because, obviously. Discounting those, and also discounting the one-off boss levels, which aren't really levels, they're just bosses. I think it's either Shell City Dead Ahead or Welcome to Planktopolis Minions. I think they really... There's a massive spike when you get to Planktopolis that feels very much unwarranted based on how things had progressed in difficulty up until that point. Can't do that task. We don't have the throw move yet. Which, this is what I mean. Like, in Battle for Bikini Bottom, Patrick was able to throw things out of the gate. Like, I didn't need to unlock the ability to throw items or throw objects. But because of the stupid upgrade system, they've made it such that you can only... You have to unlock it. This is where the treasure chest would have been if I hadn't died. So yeah, I guess it does despawn. Which is lame, but whatever. I don't need it that badly. What would I do if I were in control of the Until Dawn remake? First things first, I would make it such that there was some kind of... I would give Matt and Jessica more to do. that would be number one, is make it so that they aren't completely useless to the story. Jessica has like one scene in the cabin with Mike, and then she disappears from it for the rest of the story. We need to fix that. It's honestly kind of funny how both Matt and Jessica are unceremoniously jettisoned out of the story, and then out of nowhere in Chapter 10, they have this 1 4-minute scene that, I really do believe that it was a case of the developers being like, oh, right, Matt and Jess, I forgot that they don't have to die, so we kind of need to give them something to do. Well, what if we make it so that Matt and Jessica just run into each other in the mine, and then we make them face off against a Wendigo? And then we win. That's it. That's all we need, right? Like, I really believe that they just forgot about them, and then they're like, oh shit, what do we do? Quick, make a scene. Just one scene for them. That's all we need. That's fine. I think the game would benefit greatly from some kind of multiplayer. If not multiplayer where you could you could have multiple players controlling multiple characters and making choices. Each player makes different choices for different characters. Then at least some kind of crowd play feature where everyone can vote on what choices to make, like Telltale did for Batman and later Walking Dead games and Minecraft Story Mode Season 2. And I think even Supermassive did it themselves for The Quarry. I would make it such that the relationship stats and character stats have more purpose other than just like it really is just a cosmetic distinction how closely related you are to certain characters. It doesn't actually change anything about the story. I would clean up some of the more specific writing things, like Emily surviving by having her foot get snagged on a wire, or the really convoluted backwards reasoning that if you don't get in a fight with Emily and then you give him a flare, then that kills him later. That's really, really weird how that logically tracks. I'd have a more streamlined flowchart rather than having, because the way it works currently is it's the choices screen is a bunch of individual butterfly effects that tell their own little storybook of how choices connect to one another, instead of it being one long flowchart, like what you see in Detroit Become Human. Just for starters, those are the kinds of things that, like, I would... There's... And another thing you could do is do something more interesting with the Mystery Man, because, like, as is, he's kind of just a plot device. He exists to spout exposition and then die. Like, he's not really a character, and he doesn't even really tell the characters any new information. Like, they already knew there was a Wendigo on the mountain. And, like, it's not that revolutionary that fire is their weakness. I mean, he tells a little bit about the curse and the mountain belongs to Wendigo and whatever, but, like, if you took him out, it's not like the characters wouldn't have been able to survive until dawn if he wasn't there. So yeah, those are just some of the things that I would like to do. Alright, this over here is the Sonic Wave Challenge. Can't do that yet. We need the Sonic Wave attack, which we don't get until, the third to last level of the game. And after all that, we slide right back into the very first... Well, first we freeze, but then we slide back. We go through all that just to be warped back into the very first room of the game. And we chase the spatula through the whole building, and then it ends back where it started. Music was having a... It's like when you're trying to start a car and you had to turn the key multiple times to actually get the thing to start.
I also think you can get off of me.
So, like, more of those cutscenes, please. Less of the PowerPoint presentations. Anyway, at least we're... Oh, wait, no. You said all the driving levels? Oh, no. There's a driving level after this. Oh. Oh. I was gonna say we're finally out of 30 FPS hell.
The gates are locked.
But no! And also, this level fucking sucks ass, too. I hate driving in this game. It's so slippery. And this one's just driving around in circles trying to find stupid keys.
Locked? Then how can we drive out?
For the paddy wagon and bust through the gates.
Sorry, Patrick. For that, we need a Super Krabby Patty Deluxe.
You can unlock the gates if you find all the keys around the track.
Thousand Sonic CD, underrated. It deserves more appreciation. Like, there's a lot of people hype up Sonic 3 and Knuckles when talking about that era of Sonic's history. But I originally didn't like Sonic CD, but then I revisited it with Origins, and I liked it a lot more. I think it's definitely underrated. Do I consider myself a SpongeBob fan? Yes, but I kind of feel fake when I say that, because like a lot of people have the sentiment that people who only like the first 3 seasons or the first couple seasons of SpongeBob aren't true fans, which I don't like. Like some people are like, if you are a SpongeBob fan, you'd like all the seasons, not just the original stuff. And I'm like, that's not what it means to be a fan of something. But with that said, I do kind of feel awkward calling myself a SpongeBob fan when I've been exposed to so little of the seasons. Like, I love seasons 1 through 3, I love season 4, and a couple episodes in seasons 5 and 6. I didn't watch them fully, but I liked a good chunk of them. But I haven't seen the vast majority of SpongeBob episodes that are available to watch, I have not seen. That being said, sometimes if it's just on TV, like if SpongeBob's on TV, like if I'm in a hotel or something, and that's all the only channel they have is that I can access is Nickelodeon, and SpongeBob happens to be on, and I just catch an episode while it's on. It's usually the newer ones that are shown, and I don't think I've seen, of the ones that have been aired on TV, I don't think I've seen a new era SpongeBob episode that I have disliked. So, I don't know. I am a big fan of the early seasons of SpongeBob, and they were a big part of my early childhood. And I am still, like, I still keep up every now and again. Like, I watched the Big Birthday Blowout episode, where they did the live-action Rusty Slab thing, or Trusty Slab live-action rendition of the Krusty Krab, which was amazing. But I don't know if I can truly be considered a SpongeBob fan. I don't know. It's... I've given you all the information as to my experience with SpongeBob. I guess you are allowed to conclude whatever you would wish about whether my fan status of the franchise, I suppose. Is this off of OG hardware? Of course. This is the official GameCube version. I don't know whatever would lead you to any other conclusion. Just don't ever look at the top left corner whenever the game saves. This is true, genuine, actual GameCube right here. In the flesh. Do I still hate this game? This game still frustrates me a lot. Hate might be a strong word, but I have intense negative feelings towards a lot of this game. What frustrates you about Kung Fu Panda 4 is there's a lot of good ideas, but the execution is dog shit. Yeah, to a certain extent, that's kind of how I feel about this game. Not in the same way, because like the ways in which those two pieces of art or pieces of media falter are very different. But it is kind of the same thing where if they just had more time with this game, I think it could have been a lot better. Do I think SpongeBob characters in 3D can work? I like the SpongeBob, I like the models of the characters in Battle for Bikini Bottom and this, because the models in this game are just the same models as were in Battle for Bikini Bottom. I think they look good here, but I don't know that I want to watch a movie with, like, for real-time in-engine cutscenes, I think they're faithful models, but the 3D SpongeBob that I've seen so far has looked consistently hideous, and I hate it. Well, I guess Sponge Out of Water didn't look that bad. But Sponge on the Run, I really don't. And the Sandy movie's even worse.
SpongeBob and Patrick, here is your reward.
Music continues to have... to struggle. Okay, is this one... This is a boss fight. Are we finally out of 30 FPS hell? I think so. Yes, oh my god. The game looks playable again, Jesus.
SpongeBob.
Oh my god.
I'll be right back.
SpongeBob, wait! Make mine chocolate.
I'll have 2 chocolate.
I think I actually like that reading of the line better than it was in the movie. Because in the movie it's like, SpongeBob, wait! Make mine a chocolate! And he maintains the enthusiasm and the urgency, whereas here it starts out as like it's a big urgent request, as if Patrick is aware of the imminent danger. But then he drops the urgency immediately and he's like, make mine a chocolate. I think I like the reading of that better here than in the movie. Anyway, boss fight time. Bosses in this game are a fucking joke.
I don't think you like that. Keep doing it.
But I mean, the bosses in Battle for Bikini Bottom weren't that great either, so I don't want to hold that against the game too much. Am I looking forward to Phineas and Ferb Season 5 coming next year? No. Complicated, like, on a very superficial level, I am...
Patrick, don't get near his mouth.
I don't even want to say it, because I kind of hate myself for saying it, because on a principled level, I hate the fact that it's continuing. I hate the fact... I really do not want to go on a rant about Disney TVA, because I would be here all day if I were to tell you the horror stories of that fucking company. But I really don't like the way it handles, Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur got canned after 2 seasons, Ghost and Molly McGee got canned after 2 seasons, the less said about Owl House the better, and they don't treat their shows well. Haley's On It wasn't that good of a show, but also, like, maybe give it more than 1 season to find an audience. At least give it a second one. But they just didn't. Again, Patrick's cartwheel saves the day. It's fucking busted. They don't give any of their new shows a chance to shine. They don't let them find an audience. They don't respect or, like, well, I shouldn't say they don't. I should also say, the problem with Disney TVA is the high-level executives up in the company, not like the low-level executives that work with the producers and work with the creators are usually, from what I understand, pretty understanding and pretty respectful. Also, look at that pixelation.
Have some ice cream. Jump for it, Patrick!
Well, we had one good cutscene.
The hideous creature was vanquished by an even more hideous...
Yeah, it's the high-level executives that are making things a shit show over there. And they don't treat any of their shows with respect, but then they turn around and give Phineas and Ferb, a show which already ended respectfully in 2015, give it 2 more seasons out of fucking nowhere. So, like, I hate that it's happening for that reason. I hate that it's like, on a principled business level, I hate that it's happening. On an artistic level, I hate that they're trying to arbitrarily continue the story when it already had an ending, because they've already basically confirmed that it's just going to be the exact same show that it was in seasons 1 through 4, with Doofenshmirtz being evil and Candace trying to bust her brothers, and it's just the same formula again, except it's the next summer now, which means that the ending of Phineas and Ferb season 4 isn't going to mean anything anymore, because Candace is going to go back to her old ways, Doofenshmirtz is going to go back to his old ways, and it's all just rendered fucking meaningless. But I'd be lying if I said there wasn't a part of me that wasn't looking forward to seeing more episodes, because I do like Dan Povenmire and Jeff Swampy Marsh. Dan and Swampy know what they're doing. They know how to write funny episodes. I'm sure the episodes will still be funny. I'm sure they'll be in keeping with the style of the original. But that's kind of the problem, is that they are in keeping with the style of the original. Like, it shouldn't be. It was done. It shouldn't be the same. It should not be. You ended the show in a way where it should not be the same anymore.
Across the trenches along the bottom, but you have to get there first by traveling down the slide, past those sea monsters.
The trench is pretty deep.
Sorry for ranting so much, but I just.
No sweat, Mindy.
The more involved I get, like, the more I associate myself with movies and shows, the more I look into things, the more I throw myself into this world, the more pissed I get at how shit everything is. Also, I'm playing this game, so it doesn't help matters. That's a little mean. This hasn't been that bad. This has honestly been fine so far. But also, I guess I should, the last 3 levels in a row have not been platforming. We've had a driving level, we had a boss, and then we have another slide level. That's kind of another thing I really don't like about this game, is that despite being a collectathon style platformer, it's really not that kind of game. Like, a lot of the levels in this game have nothing to do with platforming. It's a lot of driving padding, it's a lot of sliding padding. And, like, the sliding is fun. Don't get me wrong, I do love the slides in this game. Well, okay, except for one at the end. The last slide kind of sucks, but most of the slides are pretty fun. It's just like, I preferred it in Battle for Bikini Bottom when the slides were more naturally integrated into the levels instead of having entire levels dedicated to them. Except for Sand Mountain, but I think having one level dedicated to it is a little... You can get away with that a little bit more easily than having it constantly be a thing you cut back to in this game. Is the Sandy movie worse than Sponge on the Run? I haven't seen the Sandy movie, so I can't comment on it, but I have heard from people who have seen it that they're like, the number one sentiment that I see is, we owe the Sponge on the Run movie an apology. And I'm like, do we though? It still sucks. Like, maybe the Sandy movie is worse. I'm happy to believe that it's worse than Sponge on the Run. From what I've seen, I have no problems believing it's worse than Sponge on the Run. But that doesn't mean you need to apologize to Sponge on the Run. Like, the fact that something is worse doesn't mean the other thing is suddenly worthy of respect. Or worthy of more respect, I guess. Why are they not using movie cutscenes? I'm happy to believe that they for some legal reasons or whatever, they couldn't show the actual animations from the movie. But they have shown previously that they can do a good job of recreating the movie scenes in full in-game cutscenes. They just don't do it sometimes. But again, the answer to any of those types of questions you can ask is just they didn't have time. They simply didn't have, because they were developing this game concurrently with the Incredibles game, both of which needed to be out within the span of a week from each other, and were probably both made in an extremely short amount of time. So they had to cut a lot of corners for both games. Because I played the Incredibles game, and that game was also really lacking in polish. I think more so than this, I think that game got even less polished than this game. Because this game had a good foundation to start with. This game had Battle for Bikini Bottom to build off of, whereas the Incredibles was starting from scratch. But, yeah, a lack of time and polish is the source, the root cause of most of this game's problems. They didn't even show the shocked Patrick and SpongeBob shot. Well, in fairness, this would have been made before they knew that was going to become, like, this came out before the movie did, and was obviously made before the movie did, so they wouldn't have known. Like, a lot of times, creators have no idea what shots or what scenes are going to become the meme-worthy ones. And in fact, most of the time when they try to make meme-worthy things, it just falls flat on its face. They're trying too hard to be memeable. How Season 5 of Phineas and Ferb destroyed everything. I hope... I mean... I don't think I would make a video, because I do genuinely have... what I'm expecting Season 5 to be is that it's a massive hurdle to overcome that they've just tainted the original ending of the show and essentially reset everything back to status quo. There's no way to escape that. That's going to permeate the entire season no matter what they do. But what will probably happen is that they'll break that hurdle. They'll nullify the original ending so that they can have more episodes. But then if you keep going, like, from that point onward, I'm guessing it will be fine. I'm sure it's going to be just as funny, just as witty, just as respectful and intelligently written as the original show was. I have no doubt in the episodes themselves being well made. It's just, like, you have to rip off a really, really important band-aid in order to allow them to be made in the first place. And I'm just not content with having to rip it off. Is how I feel about that.
course we did. We're men.
Yeah, right.
Now that we're
Here's
men.
your reward.
We have facial hair now that we're men. This level, I think, is pretty solid. Well, okay. Solid except for they kind of backload a lot of the optional objectives in this one. But the vibe of, artistically speaking, I love the art direction of this level.
Is full of horrible
Very, very vibey.
and disgusting monsters. You've got to cross the trench to get to Shell City.
And the music also really helps to contribute to the atmosphere here. Just don't look too closely at any of the textures. Have I watched any episode of Fairly Odd Parents? Yep. I think I've actually seen the vast majority of that show.
Awesome. You have enough Goofy Goober tokens.
Because I remember the exact point when I said fuck this and I stopped. And it was Sparky the goddamn dog. A lot of people have a different point when they gave up on the show.
No, Sponge Bowl. It's really useful on things you don't want to get too close to.
Like they said...
Those nasty bucket heads must be
I'll wait
stopped.
till
Shell
Mindy's
City's
done.
on the other side of this dark, scary place.
Real men aren't afraid of the dark.
You need to get across this trench.
Real men aren't afraid of the trench.
Of course they're not. Just look out for monsters.
Monsters.
Everyone has a different moment. Also, that over there we can't get. That's another sonic wave thing we can't get right now. But everyone has a different moment when they gave up on Fairly Odd Parents. Like for some people, Poof was the part where they dropped out. For some people, like me, Sparky was the point where they dropped out. And for some people, they didn't give up on the show until... What's her name? What's that little shit's name? Chloe? The one who just destroys the entire premise of the show. So everyone has a different moment when they gave up, but there's always a very specific new thing that gets introduced that is too much for people. For me, it was Sparky. I hated that fucking dog.
Get up here and fight like a starfish.
I watched pretty much the whole... I think I did see, like, all of the original 8 seasons. And then Season 9, which I believe was when Sparky came into the picture, I didn't finish Season 9. I gave up. And it wasn't like I outgrew the show either. I watched the whole show pretty much when I was, like, around this. I don't remember exactly when, like, how old I would have been. I think it was probably 5th grade, 6th grade. It was around the time when I watched that show for the first time. So it wasn't like I magically outgrew it. It was pretty much... I was the same age, mostly, when I saw Season 9 as it was when I saw the first 8. But it was just... I thought it was stupid. I just didn't care. And I dropped the show. And apparently that was a good decision, because apparently they made things even worse when Chloe came into the picture. Which blows my mind. Like, I didn't realize... It wasn't until I remember the exact moment. I was sitting in my Advanced Algebra 2 class in sophomore year when I discovered that Chloe was a character that existed. And I was like, what the fuck is this shit? What did they do? I actually couldn't believe that they had... Because it so clearly spits in the face of what that show is supposed to be about. But, whatever. Didn't Butch Hartman comment? I feel like I remembered a video, or seeing a video, where Butch Hartman tried to defend Chloe's introduction. I don't remember what he said or anything. But I feel like I remember there being a video like that. Someone can clue me in if I'm misremembering, but I feel like I remember something along those lines. Also, time for more enemy spam. It's just... Literally just, here's 50 fucking Goofy Goobers, all of whom have the exact same attack, except for one guy in the back who mixes things up a little bit. So lame. The combat challenge at the very end, SpongeBob's or Mr. Krabs' Dream about Bikini Bottom has different types of enemies, so it's a nice balance, and it forces you to switch up your attack patterns because they can't all be dispensed with the same trick. But these guys can, so again, except for the one guy who is primarily defeated with the bowling ball, or the bubble, I'm calling it the ball, it's the bubble ball, it's just the bubble ball. What's another thing I like that ended but is now getting revived? I saw the other day that Wonder Pets is apparently coming back. And each and every one of those fuckers looks like it spawned out of my sleep paralysis demons. Pingu's coming back, I think. So I guess those are some recent examples. Apparently Until Dawn is getting revived. Apparently they thought once wasn't enough. Apparently they're bringing we're doing a sequel, baby. And then that's on top of the movie. They're making a fucking movie about a choice-based horror game because they're very smart. Like, does this look fun? I don't know what word to use. Does this look like carefully curated to you? Or does this just feel like they literally just threw 40 enemies into the arena and called it a day? Because that's what it feels like to me. It feels like they literally just they copy-pasted the same enemy 40 times, and that was the beginning and end of the thought process for when they were designing these combat challenges. Have I watched The Amazing World of Gumball? No. I know a lot of people love it, but I've never seen it. Was that a Cartoon Network show? If it was a Cartoon Network show, then that would be probably why, because I haven't seen anything that came out of... I watched Disney Channel religiously. I watched Nickelodeon not as religiously. Like, I didn't see any of the Nickelodeon sitcoms. And really, I mean, I saw, of the animated stuff they did, SpongeBob, obviously, Fairly Odd Parents, Jimmy Neutron. So I watched some of it, but not all of it. Cartoon Network, that was never my thing. I never kept up with that network at all. Would this game still be in my top 20 worst list? Spoiler alert, because the idea behind this is to try to answer that question for each of the games that I replay. But I think I can pretty confidently say no. Like, this isn't one of the worst things that's ever been made. But it is a very, very disappointing, very, very frustrating game. Like, I know a lot of people have nostalgia for this, and I do too. Like, I played this game a lot when I was a kid, so I do have some lingering sense of nostalgia for it. But it's just the more I've looked into it, the more I've thought about it, the more I've played it, the more I've come to not like it. But, like, my score for this is probably going to be somewhere in the middle of the road by the end of the stream. Rather than being, like, a bottom tier vile creation or anything. Favorite Avatar: The Last Airbender episode? I would need to rewatch the series, because it's been, like, 3 years since I've seen it. Almost 4 years, actually. It's like the first thing I think of is the final episode, because that's just such a perfect way to cap off everyone's journeys. And also, I have special memories for that one because, well, after you and I watched the whole show together, I never watched a single episode of that show without her next to me, or not next to me, because a lot of it we watched during the pandemic over Discord. But if she wasn't in a Discord call with me or right next to me, I didn't watch a single episode of that show. But for the final episode, like, we watched most of it while she was away at college. And then for the final couple episodes, and of course the grand finale, we scheduled a day where I went over to her place and we just binged the final few episodes. And the finale itself, which is this whole, like, hour-and-a-half long thing, I think. Sozin's yeah, Sozin's YouTube comment. We gotta defeat Sozin's YouTube comment before it spreads more hate in the world. Sozin's Comet, I believe, is the name of that final episode. It's probably gonna be the final episode. But I also don't intimately remember a lot of the other episodes in the series. I should probably revisit that show at some point. Will I ever check out A New Wish? Probably not. I'm not really that interested in keeping up with Fairly Odd Parents stuff anymore. Like, I really liked the show when I was a kid, but it's not one that I've felt compelled to revisit as an adult. And honestly, some aspects of that show, I find uncomfortable to think about now. Like, the episode, the Cupid episode, like the Valentine's Day thing, where the world gets divided by gender, and all the men are on one side, and all the women are on the other side, and it's just the most horrifically stereotypical... Like, shit like that is the stuff where I'm like, that keeps me from wanting to revisit the show. Not to say the whole show was shit, though. Like, I don't want to make it seem like that. Like, there was genuinely good stuff. Channel Chasers immediately comes to mind as being, like, a fantastic episode of that show. I even liked Wishology. I didn't like how it ended. I remember finding the actual ending of Wishology somewhat anticlimactic, but I did like keeping up with those 3 episodes. It's just, like, there's more so than other older cartoons. I think there's a lot about that hasn't aged. I don't know. I never had as intimate a personal connection to it as I had with other cartoons. And also, what the fuck is going on? This is just chaos. It's just absolute fucking chaos. I refuse to believe these were made with any level of care or, like, careful thought for which enemies should be here. I really believe that they just threw everything they had at you. Just absolute chaos. From every direction. Probably try to avoid looking at chat until I get out of this nightmare. Like, look, there's just so much shit on the screen! I love how they can run this at 60 FPS, but the second there's a car on screen, the game just shits itself. Or if you're in Bubble Blowing Baby Hunt. If you're in a wooden building, the game can't handle it. But all this bullshit on screen is fine. Totally chill. Finally, Jesus. Oh my god. Okay. You heard after you moved to Europe? Yeah, she moved there to pursue her master's. She'll be back in the States, for the holidays. I don't know if she has any definitive plans for where she wants to live full-time after she's done with her college studies. But also, that's not my decision to make, nor is it my conversation to have. So, next time she streams, if you want to talk to her about it, knock yourself out. But it's not my cross to bear. Abracatastrophe was also amazing. I don't remember that one. That one, I'm sure I watched it, but that one doesn't spring to mind the same way Wishology and Channel Chasers, and someone mentioned the Jimmy Timmy Power Hour. Jimmy Timmy Power Hour was top tier. That one was really, really cool. And I hadn't even watched Jimmy Neutron before I saw that one. I think that was the episode that made me want to watch Jimmy Neutron. Oh, that was unfortunate. I jumped right into the damn piss lake. What do I think about Goat Simulator? Never seen it. Have I watched any new shows recently? So Matlock just started airing this month, and it's like really, really good. I like to think of it as, it seems to me like it's a spiritual successor to Suits. I don't know if they're consciously doing that, but that's definitely the vibe it gives off. I can't really tell you why without spoiling things, but if you are a fan of Suits, excuse me, sorry. If you're a fan of Suits, I am extremely confident that you will also like Matlock. At least give the pilot a shot. If the pilot doesn't hook you, then nothing else will, I don't think. But the pilot was enough for me to be like, oh, I need to watch more of this, like, right now. And then I've also been watching Succession steadily. I've watched 6 episodes of Succession. I mentioned Hell of a Boss earlier. I've been watching Hell of a Boss. Have you seen The Edge of Sleep? No, I'm a bad Markiplier fan. I haven't seen. I need to watch it, but I just haven't had time. I really, really do need to watch that though. Am I going to see Alien Romulus? Probably. Well, so here's the thing. I'm on the verge of making a really, really bad decision because Alien Isolation made me want to watch more. It made me hungry for more Alien content, which is why I rewatched Alien yesterday after I finished. Like, within a couple hours after I finished playing Alien Isolation, I fired up Disney Plus and I watched Alien again because, you know, Disney brand and all that. Fucking Alien is on whatever. I didn't. Like, I had already seen Alien, but it had been a while since I'd seen it, so I wanted to rewatch it before watching Aliens. And I'm also on the verge of being like, hey, what if I watched every Alien movie? Even all the ones people say suck ass. What if I won't regret that decision at all, surely. I'm sure that will not backfire tremendously at some point. But even if I don't watch all the Alien movies, I think I will at least check out Romulus. Because I'm pretty sure Alien Romulus is the only reason why Alien Isolation is even getting a sequel, because the new movie did so well. And I think that movie has references to Alien Isolation in it. So, maybe. I'd say it's pretty likely I will watch Romulus. Do a Freebird commentary. I'm not really that interested in Freebird. I mean, I saw it when it came out in theaters, you know, before any memes spawned from it. I did watch it in theaters when it first came out, and I liked it, but I didn't love it. It could be interesting to check out one year for a Thanksgiving special, but it's not high on my priorities list right now. Nice timing. Guess it takes more than one of the sponge bowls to knock this guy out. More than 2. 3? Still no, huh? Oh. Interesting. Bro just gave up. He got bored. Did I ever think I'd give this game another chance? I was kind of hoping I wouldn't ever have to play this game again after I did my my worst games video. But duty calls. We're back again, and again, it's been fine so far. It's been an inoffensive experience for the most part. I mean, I still take major issue with driving levels and the padding. And some of the level design for the platforming levels is mostly solid. I don't like how linear it is compared to, because Battlefield Bikini Bottom is a really open game. The level design is really open-ended and it really encourages exploration. This game's more linear, which isn't like inherently worse, but it is when it's using the same movement engine, which feels more suitable for a more open-ended game like Battlefield Bikini Bottom. I think it stands out more here. So. Yeah, but putting that to one side, the level design is still mostly solid for most of the levels. It's just, like, there's not enough of them. There's not enough platforming levels in this platforming video game. The worst retcon I've seen. I mean, this just happened, so I'm naturally more susceptible to being pissed off by it. But the Until Dawn one really, really fucking pissed me off. The one where they just completely change Ashley's character in the scene where she saves or doesn't save Chris. That really pissed me off.
Boing.
Doing anything for Halloween? I'm getting a haircut. It was weird. Last time I was in there for my haircut, the barber told me. Well, I told him I wanted to come back before my trip in November. Because I was leaving on November 1st, so I wanted to go back in there to get my haircut before I left. And he said, well, why don't we schedule it for October 31st, and then you can come in, because you've never been in here for Halloween, you can get to see how fun things are around these parts in Halloween. Like, okay, what the fuck does that mean? Do I walk in and Edward Scissorhands cuts my hair? Like, what the fuck what do you mean it's fun around here in Halloween? You see, he said it in such an ominous way that I'm kind of, like, nervous. I mean, I'm sure he just meant, like, everyone dresses up and it's all just pumpkins and decorations and all that, but, like, you could be less of a creep when you say it. I don't know, just some food for thought. Worst example of a show or movie that contradicts the Disney brand being on Disney Plus? I think it's gotta be Saw. The Saw franchise being on Disney Plus has gotta be the clearest example of that. Because that series is literally just torture porn. It's just people in increasingly torturous traps. I mean, that's not. I think the first Saw movie does have like an actual story. I think there's more to it than just the torture porn. But I also feel like a lot of the reason why those movies are successful is because that's what it is. I feel like people would go to see it even if that wasn't there, and that's one of the main reasons I haven't seen it. That just doesn't appeal to me at all. But like, I think Saw is the biggest instance of that Disney brand thing being contradicted. Thoughts on Cars 3, the video game? I'm not a fan. I really only like the first Cars game. Because the first one was a nice big open world. You could drive around wherever you wanted to, explore Radiator Springs, Ornament Valley, Tailfin Pass. It felt much more open, whereas the other Cars games I played were more like mission-based, with different racing things to complete. So it's just not the kind of game I was hoping for. The expectations set by the first movie were not met by any subsequent sequels. So I just stayed. I just didn't. I played both the Cars 2 and 3 games for a bit, but I did not get very far in either of them. Imagine if I do a commentary on Barnyard. Never gonna happen. Okay, see right here. So this is the end of the level. Like I could turn around right now and go just get the final Goofy Goober token and go to Shell City dead ahead. But I'm gonna stick around here and do more optional stuff. But like it's not really naturally paced. Like you have the combat challenge right at the beginning of the level, and then the floating block challenge that I'm doing right now, the swinging starfish token, and the frozen lava desert token. They're all right within a few feet of each other at the very end of the level. It's like, instead of pacing them out more naturally so that at incremental points over the course of the level you encounter a new challenge to complete, it's all right here in the final section, which I don't like the way this level is paced. Which is a shame, because I really do like the way, I love the design. Aesthetically, I think this level is gorgeous. At least outside. Inside the cave areas, which unfortunately is where most of the level takes place, it's not as impressive, but the ominous hue that permeates the exterior sections is pretty cool. if we were to go strictly off Disney TVA for what they mean by Disney brand, the Amphibious Season 2 finale. Yeah, I mean, that's, I made sure, when I made my Alice video, I made sure to cover all my bases, so that no matter what definition you use, no matter what level of the Disney brand hierarchy you go to, it doesn't work. There is no level at which that argument makes any sense whatsoever. Oh, I missed. Which trip am I going to? I am going to a convention up north to meet some cool people, and I am also stopping by to visit my family while I'm up there, because my family lives, or my uncle and my cousins and my grandparents live like 30 minutes away from where I'm going to be, so I'm dovetailing the trip with a chance to see them again. Do I really hate Shark Tale more than Toy Story 4? I mean, Toy Story 4 is obviously more personally offensive, but Shark Tale is fucking foul. It's a foul movie. It's hideous, it's reprehensible, it's nonsensical, it's painful, it's dull, it's one of the most miserable experiences I've had watching a movie. Utterly worthless creation. I mean, some people look at it the same way I look at Cars 2, in that it's just a batshit crazy movie that they love because of how stupid it is. I am not one of those people. I find nothing but pain in watching Shark Tale. But more power to you if you can enjoy it, because I know a lot of people feel that way about Cars 2. A lot of people look at Cars 2 and they're just incapable of enjoying themselves with it. Whereas I adore watching that. And then it's the opposite from Shark Tale for me. I saw that. You deleted it, but I saw it. I saw that message, Shark Tale commentary. I saw that. You can't hide from me. I saw that. And, no. I won't do that to them. If there was ever going to be a time to do it, it would have been this year for the 20th anniversary. Alright, there's 3 treasure chests left in this level. 2 of them need the Sonic Wave Guitar, and the last one needs the throw ability, and we also need the throw ability for the Frozen Lava Desert, so we're just gonna leave and come back. I might not come back for the treasure chests. Or at least not, we'll see how I'm feeling. I'll at least come back for the one in the lava lake area, but the Sonic Wave ones, depending on how much this game has worn me down, by the end I might not come back for those. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, I think, we're going to Shell City now, so this, I guess you guys can give me your opinion, tell me what you think of this upcoming level, aesthetically speaking, because I think it's fucking hideous, but let me know what you think when we load, after we're done with the quote-unquote cutscene.
In their way is a field full of stanky garbage, but with Shell City somewhere on the other side, they have no choice but to push on.
Favorite playable character in Battle for Bikini Bottom? SpongeBob. He has the most versatile moveset. But I do really like lassoing around a Sandy as well. But I think it's SpongeBob has the most. Audio broke again. His moveset is the most dynamic, so I think he has a pretty strong lead over the others.
Patrick, you've collected enough Goofy Goober tokens.
Oh, I forgot about. I didn't even get the point of this. Like, so they tell you that you can't finish the Now That We're Men level until you get the throw ability, and then they give me the throw ability immediately afterwards in the very next level.
Using those TVs to try and trick people to come to Bikini Bottom. If they go, they'll become slaves in his army.
If only there was something I could do.
You have to destroy the TVs. Who knows how many people Plankton will enslave if we don't?
Never fear, Mindy. I'm an expert at knocking stuff down.
Backtracking, well, yeah, I get that, but, like, usually they wait a few levels before they make you backtrack. Here, it's just immediate. It's, like, literally, 5 seconds ago, I was just in the level that needed, like, 5 seconds ago I was here, they said, you can't do this until you get the throw ability. Next level, I get the throw ability. What? Why? Why did you... What's even the point? I don't get it. It's so weird. This feels like the most arbitrary one of the entire collection of moves that you have to unlock. Overall thoughts on Candace Against the Universe. I'd say overall it's good. I like what they were doing with Candace's character. I do think it's a worthwhile addition to the series, but there are several major things I don't like about it. For instance, I don't know why, but they have a tendency to overuse the same type of joke, that being something really awkward happens for a really long time, and everyone just sits around staring at the awkward thing happening. Like, for instance, at the very end, when they're getting ready to go back to Earth, and Candace is on the treadmill thing, someone's trying to fly around like a little hoverboard scooter thing, and they keep missing the door. And they just, like, everyone stood around waiting for him to drive properly. Towards the beginning, there's the thing where they all sit around standing, waiting for the door to open. And there's a lot of that exact type of humor in the movie, and I just don't... Some people find it really funny, I find it annoying and tedious, and I don't get it. I just don't understand. Like, Phineas and Ferb's humor was never reliant on that. It was always far snappier, fast-paced, and wittier. Oh, there's the treasure chest. I was trying to figure out where I had to go along the lava to actually get to it. I guess I gotta go the other way. One of my thoughts on the B movie. B movie is peak. B movie is the best DreamWorks movie. It will never be dethroned. It should win Best Picture every year until the end of time. No, but seriously, in all seriousness, I do think the B movie is, like, ironically hilarious. I love, for the same reasons I love watching movies like Cars 2, I just find it so goddamn funny. Some of it is intentionally funny, some of it is not intentionally funny, but it's still funny nonetheless, and it's just, it's a riot. It's absolutely insane to watch. And I adore it from beginning to end. Alright, well, while we're backtracking, we may as well go knock out this other throw challenge in the bubble-blowing baby hunt. And again, I don't even like the fact that you have to unlock throwing as an ability. It just... whatever. Anyway, brace your eyes. We're back in 30 FPS hell again. Hopefully won't be here too long, though. Thoughts on the Monsters vs. Aliens movie? I didn't like it, really, at all. I was very unimpressed by the film when I watched it. I don't like the character designs. I don't think the bond the characters forge is earned at all. I don't find any of them particularly likable. The action sequences are stupid. I remember there being a big butterfly Deus Ex Machina at the end. And I've seen people say that it's a genius subversive parody of those types of monster movies, but like they play everything so straight that it's hard for me to buy into that. I don't know. I need to rewatch it to get more specifics, but there's a lot of instances where I remember being like, this doesn't make any sense at all. I also remember there being... the villain's backstory I remember being fucking lame as hell. Like, it's similar to Drek's plan in the first Ratchet & Clank movie. I think. Because, like, it's... I mean, spoilers if you care. Mute the stream for, like, 30 seconds or whatever. They have a villain monologue, and, like, it's apparently he destroyed his old planet or whatever, and I thought they were gonna do a Ratchet & Clank justification for, like, why he destroyed his old planet and make him a more interesting villain. But no, it's his backstory is just one big joke, and it's, like, regaled to you in fragments with no relevance to anything. He's just fucking insane. and he just wants to invade Earth. There's no deeper motivation beyond it. It's literally like they try to do. I thought they were gonna do a Ratchet and Clank thing, like with what Drek's plan is in the first game, but they don't. It's literally just I want to invade the planet. Fuck you. So that I don't know. I don't like Monster vs. Aliens. I don't think that's controversial. I feel like most people don't like that movie. Anyway, yeah, I hate the way this level looks. It looks really ugly. I do like this, though. I love the, oh, well. I was gonna say it, but then the cutscene cut me off. I don't know if you caught it there, but there was a license plate there that had, the initials of Heavy Iron on it. That's pretty neat. I like that. Also, seeing that license plate just unlocked a treasure trove of terrible memories associated with this level. Because, like, there's a toaster beside the license plate. Right there. And if you throw, I'm gonna miss this, but if you throw a melon at the toast, I think you might need the upgraded throw ability to do that. If you throw a melon there's like the 3 of those toasters in the level, and if you throw a melon at all 3 toasters and make the toast pop, then it, I think that makes, no, actually no, it's not just throwing a melon, because some of them are beyond the range of Patrick's throw ability. I think you have to use the sonic wave, I don't know, I remember just having to jump through a lot of really stupid hoops in order to make all those toasters pop, all for the sake of a treasure chest. I'm not doing that again. I am not, if you want to see, go watch my walkthrough for this game to see how I got the treasure chest. I'm not doing it again. Once was enough. Thoughts on Frankenweenie? Haven't seen it. Have I seen any Wallet and Gromit that is not the Curse of the Were-Rabbit? Nope, that's the only one I've seen.
Come to Blanktopolis. The town's so nice they named it after me. Come to Plank.
Have I seen Home? Yeah. I have seen every single DreamWorks movie. Every single theatrically released. I haven't seen Megamind 2. I haven't seen Joseph, King of Dreams. But of the theatrically released, of the mainline feature films, I've seen all of them. I still need to rewatch How to Train Your Dragon 2 and 3, but I have at least seen every single one of them at least once. How would I feel if they made a Dial of Destiny video game? I wouldn't be opposed to it if they made it in the form of a Lego, like if they made a remastered Lego game that had all 5 movies, I'd be open to that. But also, if it's anything like the Skywalker Saga, maybe I don't actually want that. Jumperoo. Thoughts on the Trolls franchise? 1 is bad, 2 is horrible, 3 is also bad, but it's the most tolerable of the 3. But I deeply regret watching the Trolls movies. Deeply, deeply, deeply regret watching the Trolls movies. Have I heard the movie called Dogman? Yeah, I saw a trailer for it when I went to go see Nightmare Before Christmas last week in theaters. Which, by the way, I had the whole theater to myself when I saw Nightmare Before Christmas. There was nobody. Well, actually, there was. When I first got to the theater, there was one old guy in the row behind me, which caught me off guard, but also, like, more power to him, because you don't usually. A lot of adults, especially older adults, are too embarrassed to go see animated movies by themselves, or even just with other adult friends. This is okay. I just unlocked a memory. When Toy Story 3 came out, my grandparents didn't want to go see the movie in theaters. Like, we were talking to them about how great it was, but they legitimately didn't want to go see it in theaters because they didn't want to be the only old people in the theater going to see a kids movie. Which I just found, like, I was just confused by that as a kid, and I'm even more confused by it as an adult. This stigma against older people engaging with animated content, especially like going to the theaters by themselves to see it. I don't know. I don't like that. That's something that's pervaded our culture as humans. Do I have any tips about time management? So, I guess the most generic, because without knowing context, because everyone's situation is different as far as managing time and scheduling, the most broad advice I can give is that if you have a lot of things that need to get done and not a lot of time to do it, and if you feel overwhelmed, sometimes what I do is I try to... What's kind of screwed me over at previous points in my life is I'll make a big, complicated, minute-by-minute plan of what I'm going to do every single day, down to the millisecond. And, like, because I like scheduling things. I like to have these big, complicated plans so I know what I'm going to be doing at any given time. But the problem is that if something goes wrong at any point along the way, it can throw the whole plan out of whack. It can completely derail your ability to make any progress on anything. If you've backloaded everything, if everything runs like, it's like, think of it like SpongeBob's list, like the way he scheduled the party in the SpongeBob House Party episode, which, by the way, I don't like that episode pretty much at all. I find that episode really annoying. But as a point of comparison, think of it like SpongeBob's list and schedule in that episode. If you plan everything out that intensively, I did not time that well at all, then it can really backfire if something, or when something inevitably goes wrong. So the way I like to do things, I mean, I do still schedule things out, because that's just the kind of person that I am, but I'm more lenient with the time I give myself. Like, I build in buffers so that if something goes wrong, there's backups I can go to make things work. But what I would suggest is just making a list of everything that you need to get done, and just doing the things, even if it's, if there's a priority, if there's a hierarchy of priority to things you need to get done, then start there, focus on the things that are most important, and just do them. If there is no hierarchy, then just pick something, just do something. Even if it doesn't, like, perfectly line up with a schedule, just break things down into small, bite-sized pieces and tackle things one step at a time. I should not have survived that. Because even if it feels like you're not making big amounts of progress by just doing little bits and pieces of things every single day, you are still making progress. And that feels better than staring at a schedule, trying to get started on some big complicated project and never getting anywhere with it. So that would be my advice as far as scheduling is concerned, and time management. How often do I watch any Pixar film? Not that often, really. Toy Story movies are the ones that I watch most consistently. I marathoned the 3 movies in April after I finished my Owl House video, and then I marathoned the 3 movies in September after I got back from California to kind of hype myself up for really going full steam ahead into Toy Story 3 stuff. Other Pixar movies I don't really watch that frequently, unless it's for a very specific purpose, like for the purpose of making a video and I need to watch it for some reason. I'm thinking of doing a Pixar marathon in December, though. I did a Pixar marathon in December of 2022. I think I'm going to do that again this December, assuming I have time. Which I should. I think I'll have time. Thoughts on the Captain Underpants movie? It's decent. Another Sonic Wave guitar challenge that we can't do for now. Captain Underpants movie I remember thinking was fine. I liked most of the humor. Some of it wasn't really my bag. I mean, I know that the whole thing is it's Captain Underpants, so there's a lot of toilet humor, but also it's regardless of what the context is, it's still toilet humor, and I'm not a fan of it. It was fun, I had a good time with it, and it's more concerned with comedy than it is telling a story, but it's fine if you're prioritizing being funny over really putting a lot of effort into a story, but also kind of makes your payoffs feel underbaked because they do have story payoffs, but I didn't really buy into them as much because it had spent so much time laser focusing in on the comedy aspects. What DreamWorks films have I seen in theaters? A good chunk of them. Shrek Forever After, Kung Fu Panda 2, Madagascar 3, Rise of the Guardians, Turbo, Mr. Peabody and Sherman, Home. I saw Abominable in theaters. Croods, I saw the Croods in theaters. Penguins of Madagascar. Most DreamWorks movies after the year 2010 I saw in theaters. Oh, and Puss in Boots, I saw that one, unfortunately. Although I liked it as a kid, so I guess it wasn't really a big deal to me back then. I did not see Trolls in theaters. Even when the Trolls came out my freshman year of high school, I took one look at that and said, nope, not for me. Not for me. I just didn't care to see it. And, those instincts were correct, because as an adult, holy shit, it was just painful. Watching that trilogy was simply painful. There's no other way to describe it. Oh, I saw Kung Fu Panda 3, of course. I unfortunately saw The Boss Baby in theaters. Holy shit, what a nightmare that was. I saw How to Train Your Dragon 2. I saw How to Train Your Dragon 3. I saw The Wild Robot. I think that's all of them. Probably. Oh, Last Wish. Duh. Obviously. I saw The Last Wish in theaters. And Kung Fu Panda 4. I think that's a wrap. That brings us up to speed with the present. Thoughts on Despicable Me 4? It's vapid and worthless and directionless, but it's... If for people who value dumb fun when watching a movie, you will probably be satisfied with watching Despicable Me 4. Probably. You're asking because you want to balance schoolwork, social life, and making Let's Plays better than you have been recently. Well, obviously schoolwork comes first. That should be priority number one. So then it's just a matter of determining what to do with your remaining time. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life and how to prioritize and how to balance those things. It's up to you to determine how you want to prioritize making progress on your channel versus versus spending time with friends. What I would do, like, when it comes to me, if I have to make the choice between making progress on a video or spending time with someone, I will always choose the latter, unless it's like dire stakes where I absolutely need to make a deadline or else. But even then, like, in September of 2022, in the days leading up to, like, it was like 2 days before my part 2 of Incredibles 2 was supposed to come out. That video was nowhere near done. I don't even think I had half the video edited, and I had 2 days left to get it done. And FG asked if I wanted to come over and binge watch all the Amazing Spider-Man movies. I should have said no. Well, sorry. The logical thing to do would be to have said no, because I had so much work left to do in such an insanely short amount of time. But I didn't, because I value spending time with her more than I do getting videos out on time. So, I chose to spend the day with her instead. And I paid for it. I ended up killing myself trying to get, really, the whole Incredibles 2 series out the door in time. But I don't regret the choice that I made, because I wouldn't have wanted to trade that day for anything. And it was kind of a similar thing, well, it was almost a similar thing. With my D23 video, I was not rushing to get done. There were several days that I thought, okay, I'll have this ready by Thursday. Nope. Okay, I'll have this ready by Friday. Nope. Okay. Saturday? Nope. I kept pushing it back because it kept taking longer than I was expecting. I thought it would be a quick video. It was not a quick video. It kept taking way longer than I expected to get it done on time. But my goal, my absolute end-of-the-line goal, was to get it done by Sunday, which was the day it ultimately came out, because FG and I were supposed to go to a convention together on Sunday, and it was the first convention that we would have ever gone to together, because I've been to conventions myself, and she's been to conventions herself, but we had never found the time to go to one together, and this was like the one time we found the chance to do so. So what I was hoping would happen was that I would finish the video, upload it on Sunday, bump my iPad there, and then as a reward, I would let the video go live, and then I would go to the convention with her and have a good day. But even if I didn't get the video done in time for Sunday, I would not have canceled that. I wouldn't have canceled the day in favor of getting the video done. But that's my own priorities. It's up to you to prioritize things however you, because I value those social interactions and making memories with people a lot. But I'm certainly not going to tell you how to live your life. Thoughts on the Madagascar trilogy? 1 is a mess, 2 is pretty good, and 3 is heavily flawed. 3 has really high highs and really low lows. But the highs of 3 are so high that it's probably still my favorite of the trilogy. I think it balances out the lows because it's such a strong conclusion to the trilogy. Like, the actual ending is really strong, and it does have my favorite scene, I think, or one of my favorite scenes, which is that chase through the streets and with the plane at the very beginning when they introduce Dubois. Thoughts on the music of this game? Solid. Pretty good soundtrack. I don't think it's quite as strong as BFBB's, but it's still a very commendable soundtrack that I have no problems with at all. Say one good thing about each Trolls movie. Okay, first movie. The True Color song is legitimately really good. It's the one song in the movie that doesn't just feel like factory-produced, vapid pop crap. So, that's that. Second movie, they tease the idea of having unique animation styles for different genres. Kinda. Like on the little penny whistle thing in the beginning. They tease the idea of doing that, but then they abandon it almost immediately, so they never actually, they never go anywhere with it. But it was there, kind of. There was a brief moment where they dipped their toes into the water of experimenting with different animation styles. So, you know, it's got that going for it. And then the third movie, I think it's easier for me to praise things about the third movie because the third movie was the least painful for me to sit through. Even if the the opening showing the brothers breaking apart is the most I felt anything positive. It's the most positive I felt about anything Trolls related apart from the song in the first movie. So that's that. It's just annoying that they, it's such a clear retcon. They obviously didn't exist originally. But, you know, it did give us probably the best scene or one of the best scenes in the trilogy, so it's not a total loss, I guess. So there you go. There's one good thing about each of the Trolls movies. What do I prefer? It's the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown or the Charlie Brown Christmas Special? Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown. Here's the thing. I know a lot of people have the Charlie Brown Christmas Special as like a big holiday tradition or something they watch every single year. It was never that for me. I really don't even remember all that much about the Charlie Brown Christmas Special. So, it's kind of hard for me to to really talk about it that in depth. Even the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown, I don't have that clear memories of, but I remember a lot more of it than the Charlie Brown Christmas special. So I would probably have to give it to Great Pumpkin by default. How badly is Venom Last Dance gonna wreck Marvel's world building? I don't know, and I don't care. I'm very happy to be in a position where I don't need to care about Marvel movies. I almost fell right off there. It's just not I gave up on Marvel a long time ago. And that doesn't mean I've abandoned seeing the movies, because I keep getting dragged into seeing new movies every time one comes out. I had no plans of seeing Deadpool and Wolverine, but, you know. The missions change. They always do. But this time the person who keeps dragging me back for more Marvel crap is, I don't think, has any interest in Venom, so I think I'm safe this time. For those who do like Venom, I hope it ends up being good. Also, I like how you could very clearly see the watermelon dropping into the abyss below there, but just magically it changed it to hit the TV, I guess. Okay, we're done with that shitty level. Well, done for now anyway. We're still gonna have to come back later for... Ow! Please tell me the token still... Okay, thank goodness. I was worried the token was going to... Oh, but I still have to do this shit again. Took my eyes off the screen for a second, and that cost me. At least the token spawned. Or remained spawned, rather. Did I see Lion King and Beauty and the Beast 3D re-release? Yes, I saw them both. Alex, Marty, Melman, and Gloria ending up in the same place. That to me should predict as a massive... Yes, it is a gargantuan leap that they all miraculously managed to end up stranded on the exact... Not even just on the same, like, general area of the world, but on the exact same beach within, like, 10 feet of each other. And that they all arrive within the same 5-minute span of time as each other.
Who are you?
Your worst nightmare.
A big pile of broccoli?
Name's Dennis.
Also, I guess Marty got free at sea somehow and hitched a ride on 2 dolphins.
Your bubble, but you're talking to 2 men here. We don't have time for these silly games. So if you could just step aside. Ow! Help me, Patrick!
Don't worry, buddy. I'll save you.
Time for another incredible boss fight. You just whack the objects that he throws at you. Whack. Whack. Again, I'm not holding this against the game because BFBBs aren't that great either. But still slow, boring, and just tedious. Thoughts on Turbo? Yeah, it's not that good, but it's not the worst thing ever. Thoughts on the Winnie the Pooh franchise? Not really that involved with it. I haven't... I honestly, I haven't really seen that. I saw the 2011 movie, and I liked it, but I'm not really, like, I don't really know that much. Like, obviously they're very culturally significant characters, but I just haven't seen that many of the things that they've done. Alright, one more hit and then we're done. Well, that boss was really boring and lame, but at least we only have to fight him once, right? Right?
Finally, I got you right where I want you.
That's a big boot!
Don't worry, this'll only hurt a lot. I love this job.
Bigger boot!
Wait, Pat! This bigger boot saved our lives!
Yay! Thank you, stranger!
It's the Cyclops! Run!
The thing is, they didn't even grab screenshots from the movie. Like, they clearly have redone the artwork, and it just looks worse.
Even more hideous Cyclops, and then they passed out, awakening in a dreamy.
Oh no! Oh, I forgot. Fuck this level. Oh no, I forgot about.
Goofy Goober!
Oh.
The Goofy Goober himself!
Oh boy!
As I was saying, SpongeBob and Patrick continued on.
I completely forgot about this level. I thought,
Goofy goober goober!
Yeah!
It's just a dream. Don't waste your time. Go ahead.
This is one of the most blatant instances of padding I think I've ever seen in a game before. Just like, hey, like they didn't even try this time. At least they like added other challenges to previous levels before. This is just, hey, Patrick and SpongeBob had a dream they were in Goofy Goober Land. And the best part is that it's not even a platforming level, it's a driving level. Yay! We get to do stupid shit that has no relevance to the story, and we get to drive!
Goofy Goober knows the way.
Wahoo!
Follow Goofy Goober and don't lose him.
Don't worry, Mindy. There is no chance of him getting away from us.
Yep, we won't let him out of our sight.
If he gets too far away from you, you'll have to start again.
It's so fucking dumb. Like, as if you needed any more proof that this game is just filled to the brim with padding.
So much destruction.
Level's no reason to exist. Yeah, just cut it. It would at least, like, I might be able to overlook it, maybe, if it was an actual platforming level. It would still bring the pacing to a halt and it would have no reason to be here, but at least it would be consistent with the gameplay. No, it's just driving. It's just, not only do they introduce a new level that has no reason to exist, but it's the worst part of the game. Is that even 30 FPS? I don't know. It's no higher than 30 FPS. Oh, I missed the treasure chest. Damn it. Well, let's try again. Again, we're not going 100%, but that's close enough to the beginning to where it's like, I would like to get the treasure chest. Would I rather watch Shark Tale again or Trolls 2? Trolls 2. At least Trolls 2 has some music that isn't terrible to listen to. I apologize for anyone watching this right now. I strongly advise you to look away from your screens while I'm trapped in this nightmare. Genuinely borderline unplayable. Like, holy shit, man. Like, the driving is so frenetic that the camera never gets a chance to... It's constantly spinning around. And with so few frames, it's so nauseating to look at. At least got a treasure chest this time, so... we're good to go. What? What? How could he have possibly gotten a... Oh, right! I forgot! This level's so shit that the game punishes you if you're too fast. So... Alright. So, the idea of this level is that you can't let Goofy Goober Man get away. You can't let the Peanut Man get too far ahead of you, right? Okay. Because he's supposed to be, like, guiding you out of the park. Or whatever. Even though the exit's right fucking there when you start, but whatever. He's supposed to guide you out of the park, so you can't let him get too far ahead or else you lose. Fine. but if you get ahead of him, the game, so the game gives you shortcuts. It literally offers you shortcuts, some of which you have to take to get the treasure chests, like I showed right there. But if you take the shortcuts, sometimes they just say fuck you and fail you anyway, because you got ahead of him, and that somehow counts as letting him get away. Yeah, this level sucks ass. Or sorry, this level sucks dolphin sounds. Like, most of the levels in the first half of this game are fine, they're decent. The design is pretty alright, even if it is pretty linear, it's still... Like, the game is really carried hardcore by its movement. If this game didn't have Battle for Bikini Bottom's movement, it would not be half the game that it is. But because it has that movement, the first few levels are still, like, genuinely kind of fun to play. But this is not fun at all. Even at 60 FPS, this isn't... I know it's hard to convey this when you're not actually playing the game, but you gotta take my word for it. Driving this thing is like just trying to wrangle an eel. I'm pretty sure I used this line as well, but it's like trying to wrangle an eel dipped in oil. It's constantly... Oh my god, my eyes... I actually am feeling nauseous from this shit. Ugh. Not getting that treasure chest, I cannot stand being... The faster I get out of this level, the better. The faster I get out of this stupid level, the better. Music sounds awful. I don't know if I'd go that far. I think the music is one of the few things about this game that I would say there's nothing wrong with. I do genuinely really like. I mean, I am kind of sick of listening to the music for the driving levels because I associate them with the driving levels. But I don't think the music itself is unbearable to listen to or anything. I do genuinely like the soundtrack for the most part. There's no tracks I think of where I think, man, that sucks. Also, I'm pretty sure his wheel is not actually touching the road. You were talking about the music for the dentist boss fight. Well, I mean, I'm just referring to the soundtrack as a whole. I don't think there's any... I wouldn't cite any particular tracks that stand out as being really... that poorly made at all. Okay, I think this is the final lap. I think we're almost out of this nightmare. Actually, Gagana, do you still have that list of levels that run at 30 FPS? Because after this is a sliding level. Sliding levels so far have been 60 FPS. Smelly knick-knack. Shit, man. I had a feeling. I thought I remembered seeing that when you posted the list the first time. Fuck. It's... That's the next level. That's the next level. We're not even done. We're not even done after this. We still have another 30 FPS level to go. Okay, thank God.
Well done, Patrick and SpongeBob. Here's your reward.
She said my name first.
Well, at least the next one's a sliding level.
When SpongeBob and Patrick awaken from their sweet dreams of ice cream sundaes
Great, and all of that was for
discover that
nothing.
they have become prisoners of the Cyclops.
Oh my god, he looks so bad. He looks so fucking bad. Look at that.
Made it to Shell City.
Look at the
And they
Cyclops. He
discovered
looks
its
so
awful
bad.
Secret. Shell City was nothing more than a souvenir shop. Those who were captured were dried up and turned into smelly knickknacks. And that is precisely what was happening to our two friends. The situation seemed to be completely and utterly hopeless. But they were saved by the tear of the Goofy Goober, as well as a conveniently placed sprinkler system. King Neptune's crown lay nearby, but our heroes still needed to escape the treacherous depths of Shell City and get past their most dangerous adversary.
He looks so shit. Look at it. Look at the. All right, I got a 1 minute break from 30 FPS. Now we're back into the lion's den again. And the worst part is that this level, like, oh, I hate this. This level is a fucking maze. Look at it. Look at all the tubes and wires that go every which way. This is the one sliding level I was talking about earlier that I really don't like. It's so confusing.
That was easy.
Yeah, we are the manly...
Then what about the hopelessness?
Hopelessness?
The weeping?
Lady, you must have been watching over someone else.
Never mind. There's no time to waste. Find a way out of here, get past the Cyclops, and back to the Krusty Krab tube.
Here we go. And yeah, it kind of goes without saying, trying to convert the most beautiful scene in the movie into that shitty PowerPoint highlight reel does not work. Like, it's a really beautiful moment where, like, they accept their death because they know that they did what no one else ever believed that they could, and that's satisfying enough to the, oh my god, the fucking Cyclops jump scare, I forgot how shit that was. Next time we go around that corner, watch the Cyclops just bounce up from the ether below like a fucking jack-in-the-box. Cheap-ass Cyclops jump scare, oh my god, that was so bad. Look at it, look at it, look at it! I want all of you to look at it! I want all of you to look at it! One more time, one more time. Boom! Oh, I have no idea. I don't know this level at all. I do not know my way around this maze, so we're probably going to be here a while, which is not a thing I want to be saying about a level that performs so poorly. Oh, he did it again. It's so funny. It's such a funny attempt at a jump scare. And the best part is I think he can do that from oh. What the I think the game treated the water of that fish tank like a solid surface there for a second. That was interesting.
See that before.
Yeah, the physics in this game can be a little janks. It's so that will never not be funny. It always catches me off guard. Not because it's scary, because it's just so funny. It's just so fucking funny. Oh, I missed again, damn it. Get your screenshots now, everyone. I'm king of the world! As I glitch into the side of the fish tank because this game was made in a year and they didn't polish anything. Oh, this game is a special experience. Why do I have to watch the cutscene for showing me all the faucets were turned every time. Ah, slid off again. Damn it. For what you've seen, the point-and-click version of the movie game is better. Which is interesting, right? Because Battle for Bikini Bottom, the point-and-click version of that game is terrible. And it's nothing like it's a totally different game. And it's, like, not even... It's just... It was from the era where... For movie tie-in games, and I know Battle for Bikini Bottom wasn't a movie tie-in game, but it was a tie-in to the... It was a game based on the show, so it's that same kind of thing. I just completely lost my train of thought, holy shit. That was from an era where they would give games across different platforms the same name, but make the games themselves totally different. So I don't know what the movie game, the PC version of the movie game is like, but I am happy to believe that it's better than this. Oh, the fist of fury. This level is just a giant maze. It's what? Okay, I guess I can't go that way. Alright, fine. Fuck you then. Oh, and he drops me right in front of another Cyclops jump scare. Thanks. I'm so happy I fell all the way down here.
Now I know how my ancestors felt.
Oh, see, that one was treated like water. Last time I fell on that, it just treated it like I bounced off of a trampoline. I think we're gonna be here a while. I have a very strong feeling we're gonna be stuck running circles around this place forever. Quick question, in my D23 video I said I fell out of love with Zootopia. Why exactly do I like it less recently? It's a combination of factors. So for instance, I've never liked the sheep twist villain. That's always bothered the hell out of me ever since I first saw it. It's just that I always thought the rest of the film was good enough to make up for it. But the more I think about the story, the more it really falls apart. Like, without even if you just completely look past the fact that the allegories the film tries to convey really don't work. Like, trying to compare racism to predators versus prey is kind of really harmful. It's sort of the same thing in Elemental, where they're comparing racism, they're comparing just hateful, bigoted racism to people who don't want to let fire people into a wooden building because they might, you know, burn down the fucking building. It's like, anytime those kinds of allegories pop up, you gotta be really careful with what you're doing, because it doesn't, you risk really mangling your message in the process. But even if you just look past that and just treat it as its own story, it's like, I don't know, it's really strange that Judy just she grew up on a farm, but doesn't know the common name for night howlers. She knows the scientific name for them, but doesn't know the common name for them. Really, the fact that they're even allowed to be sold commercially, despite their very obvious and apparently well-known side effects, or the fact that none of the scientists managed to figure that, like, it has to simultaneously be true that the night howlers are commonplace items that are sold in the world, that but also are so niche and abnormal that nobody, including top scientists, nobody was able to figure out that that was what was making the predators turn savage. And that's not even mentioning that it's like, it's insanely contrived that Judy, of all the people she could have bumped into on her first day on the job, she bumps into Otterton and Nick, and also, like, she ends up saving the life of the daughter of the Godfather. And there's other world-building things that are kind of strange, like the leather seat. In a world full of talking anthropomorphic animals, you have, like, leather seats, which is kind of weird, because that has some very uncomfortable implications. I don't know, the more I think about Zootopia, the less I like it.
You left a trail of debris in your wake, but you did make it, so here's your reward.
Okay, I think we're finally free from 30 FPS hell. Oh, wait, but then I remember what the next level is. Oh my god, well, at least the next one is short, but like... Okay, so, you guys remember when we fought Dennis earlier? Did you guys really like the Dennis boss fight? Weren't you just chomping at the bit to fight him again? Well, boy howdy, do I have some great news for you.
How are we gonna get back to Bikini Bottom?
I can take you there.
What?
So, where's
What?
the boat?
Boat.
Look at that!
Hooray!
The fuck is that?
Now, Bikini Bottom.
What?
Come.
I do not. Holy shit, I completely forgot that they have plastic surgery victim David Hasselhoff. Oh my god. What the fuck did they do to you? What did they do to my boy? What did they do to you? Holy shit, man.
Bigger boot? But how?
That wasn't even a surprise. I was thinking about the fact that we have to, spoilers, we have to fight Dennis again, even though we literally just fought this man 2 levels ago. Also, Patrick just fucking slid onto his foot, but whatever. Anyway, I wasn't even prepared. I'm still reeling from the fucking Hasselhoff JPEG. That was terrible. Holy shit, that was bad. That was really, really bad. Anyway, okay, so here's how you break this boss. Stand on Hasselhoff's right arm, and then just reflect all the things back onto him. It's boring. Is there any difference from the last boss fight and this boss fight? Yeah, he throws more things at you. Which actually means it's easier, because the more things he throws at you, the easier it is to kill him, because you can reflect more things back onto him. Also, I love that clearly this was not play tested, because look, I'm standing on his right arm, and the enemy's AI is so broken. They never come here. They never come to this part of the body. His AI just broke. It's just chilling on its back. It doesn't know what the fuck to do if you're not, because it spawns you in the middle of the area as if it wants you to stay there. But if you actually move to either side of the body, they don't come get you. They never come get you. Like, it's just pathetic. It's so dumb. I don't get it. That face is something. Can we talk about the Hasselhoff JPEG, please? I really don't want to gloss. I do not want us to run away from the Hasselhoff JPEG. That was so funny. That was so funny. That was so bad. Like, not most of the stock art that they've used for these cutscenes has looked bad, but that was especially bad.
Now, where were we?
Wait, Dennis.
Oh my god, and I forgot. Oh, I forgot. This game is so shittily made.
See you later.
Also, ignore the fact that my headphone thing just popped up on the screen. This is the GameCube version. This is the GameCube version. So, during gameplay, they showed the boss get whacked back by the boat thing, like it happened in the movie, and then they redid the exact same thing in cutscene form. Why? That you just showed the same thing.
A city as dark and twisted as the heart of its teeny tiny ruler. All of Bikini Bottom's familiar faces are now covered by unfashionable mind control.
Do I hate this boss? No, I just find it stupid. I find it pointless. One, because we just fought the boss 2 levels prior, and 2, because it's an even easier version of the boss.
With a small yellow sponge and a pink
Hey, why is the paddy wagon there? I thought they lost the paddy wagon over the cliff after Mr. Whiskers. Why did you show them in the paddy wagon in the cuts? Why did you you watch the movie? Did you watch your cut? It's fine. You know what? It's okay. It's fine. Is the game bad so far? Just okay. It's fine. I'm leaning towards a 5 right now. Like a 5 out of 10. I think seems appropriate for this game.
Bucketheads are being controlled by those statues. If we destroy them, we can break its control.
I'd call it meh. It's fine. It's yeah. Oh wait, is this?
Sorry, SpongeBob.
Here we
We don't
go.
have enough Goofy Goober tokens
We've
to
hit our
redeem
first
Sonic Wave.
paywall.
Sorry, SpongeBob.
Now the backtracking grind begins. I think we only need 3 more tokens, which should be doable. So we'll start with the easier stuff back in the early levels, like this, up Chocolate Creek. This should be, this one I think is really, really easy. Time for the stupid grind. Yeah, at least it's only 3. At least we only need to do 3. But if I didn't do those 2 sliding things from earlier, I would have had to do 5. The game's no longer my top 20 worst games of all time. No, but it's still like all the problems I have with it are still the same. In fact, I think I might have actually thought slightly less of this game this time compared to how I did last time I played it. Now that I'm more fresher on the details of the game's design. But it still doesn't mean it's not some ungodly, unplayable dumpster fire. It's just a really middle-of-the-road platformer with a lot of really frustrating problems that hold it back. It's got a really strong core, and it's just surrounded by really poor architecture. The last few levels were awful. Yeah, and then by the end of the game, the last few levels are awful, but the final boss is pretty good. I love the final boss. So at least they stick the landing at the very end. But yes, the last few levels of the game just deteriorate the longer it goes on for. Okay, now what? We could do Sandwich Driving 101. Or, you know, we could also drive into the Grand Canyon, so let's not do that. Macho time challenges can eat my ass. Bubble blowing's clear. No more driving. I think we're gonna have to slide. I think that, yeah, there's nothing else. Apart from sliding on that terrible map right here that I never want to see again, and driving in Sunday Hellscape, I think we're gonna have to go sliding in the rock slide. I've gotten all the regular level tokens apart from the Sonic Wave challenges. Which means that we finally reached the point where we are forced to engage with the sliding and driving challenges. But at least the rock slide is a good level, so. Am I having fun playing it? I was having fun playing it. I was having fun in the earlier levels. The earlier levels are pretty good. But from like the halfway point onward, when it starts... It's from, like, Shell City Dead Ahead is the beginning of the end, as far as I'm concerned. That's when the quality of the game starts to decay. And, like, so we had Shell City Dead Ahead as the platforming level, then we fought Dennis in a boss fight, then we had a driving level in Sunday Driving, then we had a sliding level in Googly Eyes and Smelly Knickknacks, or whatever. And then we had another boss fight, and now we're forced to go backtrack through all the sliding and driving challenges that we missed along the way. And this is what I mean. It's not like I haven't missed any of the main level objectives. I've done all of the ones that I can do right now. I can't do any of the Sonic Wave stuff because I don't have that ability yet. But of the main level objectives that are rewarded through just exploring and finding all the bonus challenges, I've done all of those. And so even if you explore the levels like the game wants you to, you are still forced to eventually go back and do all this padded bullshit. And I don't mind I wouldn't mind them so much if they were optional. And like, if they were just bonus challenges you could complete if you wanted to. But they really, even though they are technically optional, they kinda aren't, because you do have to, like, you have to do them. You at least have to do some of them in order to get all the Goofy Goober tokens you need to unlock the abilities and beat the game. Is the game more funny bad or infuriating bad or a bit of both? A bit of both. The cutscenes are funny bad. Like that Hasselhoff thing, I'm never forgetting that. I'm gonna think about that when I go to sleep tonight. I'm gonna see the Hasselhoff JPEG in my dreams. But the actual levels themselves are more on the or some of them at least are more on the infuriating side. I didn't see Mega Man 1 in theaters. No, I saw it in theaters. That was, if I didn't mention it before, that was one of the ones I saw in theaters. Have I ever watched Sponge Out of Water? Yeah, yes. And a lot of people really like Sponge Out of Water. I don't. It just feels like an extended episode of the TV show. It doesn't feel like a story that it's worthy of a movie. It also feels like two stories awkwardly shoved together. It's the time travel shit with Plankton for the first hour or whatever, and then it becomes what the trailers promised it would be, where they actually go out of water. And, yeah. It's two very different stories that are very awkwardly stitched together. The pacing of it is terrible. And, like, the magic book kind of just breaks the movie. Like, if you can you not just make literally anything you want with that thing? Please don't put a thing in your story that you can use to just write in whatever the fuck you want. I also don't like how, flippantly SpongeBob's friends turn on him. Like, it's not like, in the first movie when, like, SpongeBob's pissed at Mr. Krabs, but he still doesn't want him to get fried by Neptune. He still has a sense of humanity to him, but in the second movie, they're like... They don't even... There's no reason why they turn on SpongeBob, or why they turn back after turning on SpongeBob. They just need to all be a team again for the big final superhero battle, and so they do. It doesn't feel earned at all. Oh, shit. Shit. Oh, fuck. I think I might have screwed this one. Oh, and the timer doesn't stop. Oh, and the timer doesn't stop when you're in the dying animation, does it? It doesn't free... Oh, that's... Well, I think this run's dead. The timer doesn't stop. If you fall off the edge and die, it doesn't freeze while you're being reset. So that's fun. I think we're done. I think this run's dead. Yeah, there's no way we're getting to the end in 20 seconds. There's too much left of the slide. And yeah, it's done. Damn it, we would have had that. If they didn't, one, if I didn't fall, but two, I think even if they didn't, if they just froze the timer, I think I still would have had enough time to make that, honestly. It would have been close, and I might have gotten in just under the wire, but I think I would have still made it, but oh well. Will I do an audio commentary on the 3 SpongeBob movies? I consider doing it this year, because it's the 20th anniversary of the first SpongeBob movie. And we may still do one at some point, but not this year. Even though it would have been the perfect year to do it. Just, there were other things that I wanted to prioritize over the SpongeBob trilogy. Do I still watch the show? Not consistently. Every once in a while, if it's on TV and I have the time to spare, I'll tune into the channel and I'll watch an episode. But I don't consistently watch. Like, I'm not keeping up actively with new episode releases or anything. I did very recently rewatch the first 3 seasons, though. The first 3 seasons still hold up very, very well. Have I watched Saving Bikini Bottom yet? No. And I'm not going to. I'm happy to believe it's worse than Sponge on the Run, but I'm not gonna watch it to find out for myself. I'll just take people's word for it. I have way too much else to do with my time than watch something like that, knowing full well I'm probably not going to enjoy it. Hot take, Sponge Out of Water is worse than On the Run. I wouldn't go that far. Because, like, Sponge on the Run, I think, is also just morally fucked. Because of how it uses, it's supposed to be a celebration of SpongeBob. Like, they use, I hate that ending sequence is so stupid. They have this genuinely really good musical number. Ah, shit. Well, I think I can still salvage this because the checkpoint was recent, but I got a little too risky. Got a little too ahead of myself there. They have this genuinely really good musical number at the end called Sponge on the Run. And it's like, it's kind of wholesome to see all the characters, like all the original SpongeBob characters from back in Season 1 together on stage performing a big musical number. I really, really like that song. But to get to it, you have to sit through this terrible, like, it feels like a 10-minute long scene where every character walks up on stage one by one and they're like, SpongeBob, me boy! Oh, I remember the day when I met SpongeBob back at Camp Coral, premiering on Paramount Plus. Subscribe now. It's the most blatant, like, product placement shit I've ever seen in my life. It's so bad. It just completely, like, the other Camp Coral flashbacks were also really, really annoying, but at least they felt slightly more natural than those. Those at the end just completely annihilate the pacing of the movie. But I understand why someone would think that Sponge Out of Water is worse than Sponge on the Run. Sponge on the Run is maddening. I really hate that movie. Like, it's, for a movie that's supposed to be all about SpongeBob and Gary's relationship, that relationship really is not the focus of the movie. Like, remember when we had that random sequence where they just go into a western town with Keanu Reeves for no fucking reason at all? It's like in this game when we had the Sunday driving level that was just a dream sequence that had no reason to be there. It's like that, except in movie form. And then, like, Patrick and SpongeBob get into this weird argument on the road trip that has no payoff for anything. Whereas in the first movie, every single stop they made in the first movie tied into the themes of the story. It reinforced the idea of SpongeBob and Patrick being distracted and chasing these ideals of childhood and playful, non-serious, non-adult-oriented things. And then that's the ultimate idea. That's the ultimate conclusion at the end of the movie, is that they're naive, childish kids, but that's not a bad thing. It's those strengths that allow them to triumph in the end over Plankton and his minions, and all the other threats they encountered along the way. But there is no purpose to the Western town thing in Sponge on the Run. There's no reason. The saloon is complete. It's not set up earlier. It's not paid off later. It's so dumb. And I really hate that when they finally get to wherever the hell they're going, they just completely forget about Gary and they just go gambling instead.
There are harder challenges.
That really annoys me. Anyway, I could do the ring challenge here, but I remember them being really sleazy with where they put those things, so it's probably, unfortunately, easier to do the least. It's unfortunately probably the path of least resistance is probably to do the least painful driving time challenge. All right, let the ice train commence.
Do you want to try?
Shut the fuck up. I just want to get. I remember in the rock slide ring challenge, them being really sneaky with, like, one ring goes to the left and you jump through, but then all of a sudden the next ring is on the complete other side on the right. And you have to go full Olympic athlete mode to jump over there in time. So for as painful on the eyes as this is gonna be, I think it's still easier than doing the ring challenge. Because it is the first driving level, so it's pretty straightforward. Do I have an opinion on Atlantis SquarePants? I think I liked it as a kid, but I don't have any informed thoughts on it as an adult. I need to rewatch it. Thoughts on SB129? That was one of my favorites when I was a kid. Because I'm a sucker for time travel. But as an adult, it just kind of annoys me. I mean, I like most of it still, but the mechanics of like how Squidward ends up getting, like, I know some people are like, continuity doesn't matter in SpongeBob because it's an episodic show. But, like, surely within the same episode, we want can we at least agree that within the same episode, we want some level of understanding of how we get from A to B to C. And they don't even really try to justify the time travel of how Squidward goes from, like, so he breaks the lever on the time machine, and that's somehow breaking the lever gets him stuck, like, in between timelines. And then, which apparently then ground-pounding through the floor of the void puts him back in the time machine, and then just him, like, begging to go home enough allows him to go home, I guess. Whatever. Thoughts on Truth or Square? Another episode I know I liked as a kid. Don't know if I'd like it as an adult. I just remember that episode, them, like, getting stuck in the vent and reminiscing on things, and they had this, like, this weird fake-out Sandy SpongeBob wedding thing that was really weird. I don't know, it felt weird for what was supposed to be an anniversary episode, I think. Okay, we're not doing the ring challenge. Get me out of this hellscape. That's all. We only needed to do one. We're done. I think that's all we need to unlock the Sonic Wave. So let's just go back to this level. Favorite Bluey episode so far in character? Favorite character is the dad. The dad is the best dad. Favorite episode? I think it was Keepy Uppy.
SpongeBob, you've got enough Goofy Goober tokens for me to teach you a new ability.
But I also liked Daddy Robot. Keepy Uppy and Daddy Robot
Yes, you have the power
are like
of
neck and neck with each other. The dad's great because he's like so willing to put up with his kid's bullshit, but also he does so, and like he pretends to be this airheaded idiot. He's just like, oh, oopsie daisy, did I do that? But every time it's always in service of either teaching his kids a lesson in a fun way, without them even realizing that they're being taught a lesson, or by making things more fun for them.
Oh no! There are bucket heads everywhere! How will we get through?
I found out that Plankton is controlling the bucket heads using those giant statues. If we destroy them, we can break his control.
Let's get it on.
Okay, so I could go back and do all the Sonic Wave challenges, and you know what, I think I will do one just real quick just so I can show it off, but these Sonic Wave guitar challenges are enormous pains in the asses, because they are total dicks about making you turn, like, insane distances in insanely short periods of time to get through these rings. The first one's probably not too bad. Okay, I love how... Why do I spawn at a Sonic Wave challenge as Patrick? That makes absolutely no sense. Like, I don't... you can't do the Sonic Wave Guitar Challenge as SpongeBob. So I have to drop down there, change to SpongeBob, and then wall jump up here. Why don't you just It's whatever. It's fine. Just make me waste time changing characters for no reason. But yeah, this first one's probably not too bad, but the Shell City one specifically can fuck right off. That one is like absolute bullshit. If anyone who's played this game, you probably know what I'm talking about, but the Shell City Sonic Wave Guitar Challenge is it's borderline sadistic. I thought I went around it, but I guess it was too close to the hitbox. Yeah, so like this one's fine. The rings are in pretty normal locations. But once we get to Shell City, that's when things are gonna get... Well, I mean, I don't actually want to do... I want to at least show it off. I at least want to show you how awful the Shell City one is. I'm not gonna beat it because I don't have that kind of time, but I at least want to show it to you. Alright. Let me just show it off to you. I don't want to actually beat this. But I want to show it to you just so you can understand how crap this is. I need you to understand the pain. And again, they spawn me as... This one's not as bad because the change is, like... It's right here. But, like, seriously, why do I not spawn as Patrick? Sorry, as SpongeBob, I mean. For a challenge that can only be done by SpongeBob. Okay, so it starts out pretty easy. It starts out pretty normal, you know. It starts out with relatively normal rings. Oh, but then they pull a switcheroo like that, and then it's over. It's well... At least I get to show off the toast from earlier. That toaster right there was one of the things you have to hit. One of the 3 toasters in the level you have to hit through some means to get the treasure chest to spawn. But yeah, it's like the ring. One ring sends you in one direction, and then all of a sudden it then makes you jerk to the other direction. And like the only really way to hit these is to know what's coming. Like unless you know, it's a 50-50. Shot, whether it'll be to the left or the right of the last ring, and if you're wrong, you're done. And that was a tame one, by the way. That was a relatively tame one compared to what's waiting for me on the other side of this level. Once we get through the cave and we go back to the earlier part of the level, that's when shit really hits the fan. Okay. Watch this really closely. Oh my god, to the left! So this right here does not look like a doorway you could pass through, but apparently it is. It just magically opens as you approach it. Alright, this one you gotta keep really low to the ground. It leads you to a solid wall that you just have to, like, guess. I guess you just have to not panic and hope that it's gonna secretly reveal a hidden doorway. This is where it gets so fucking stupid. These turns are so unbelievably tight, holy shit. I don't even know. I honestly don't even know if it's possible to... Holy shit, Jesus Christ. I do not believe it is... I do not know if it is possible to do this first try unless you already know where all the rings are going to appear. Alright. And that, yeah, we're not... Let me just get this upgrade. They make you scale a mountain... And then they make you scale a mountain to get up to one of them, and then they make you nosedive to get to another one. I think I made my point. You get the idea. This challenge sucks. Like, right at the end there, they make you think that maybe the ring is going to lead you to the exit cave, but no. They switch it up on you again, and then immediately, like, that is the run killer right there, is that last ring right before the exit cave. Okay, let's never do that again. Let's just get back to the main story.
My pineapple's still okay.
Do I like the movie itself? Oh yeah, the SpongeBob movie is great. The actual movie on which that's part of the frustration I have with this game, is that I think the movie deserved a way better game than what it actually got. I don't believe this game to be worthy of the SpongeBob SquarePants movie, which sounds weird to say, but I don't know. The first movie's pretty good. First movie's pretty damn good. All right, this is when the game gets a wee bit annoying. That's the wall. Okay, I guess that's an invisible wall. I love invisible walls in video games. Like, I clearly could have just jumped right over that. There's no reason I couldn't have jumped over that wall, but it's fine. It's fine. This game was rushed out in a year. They didn't have time to check. It's okay. Cut them some slack. Okay, I got one shot at this or else I die. Nailed it. Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. Mario 64 moment. I should probably watch that Invisible Walls video that everyone keeps talking about. Where are we? Was this in the movie? No, this is not in the movie. This is made up for the. This is, by the way, this is why a lot of movie tie-in games don't work, because, like, the way in which a movie is paced and the way in which a game is paced is they're very different things, because they're very different types of storytelling. They have to accommodate very different user experiences. So, like, what happens in the movie is they face off against Dennis again on the way back to Bikini Bottom, and then Hasselhoff uses his spectacular pecs to launch SpongeBob and Patrick back down to Bikini Bottom, and then they blast through the roof of the Krusty Krab just in time to stop Neptune from executing Mr. Krabs. So there is none of this there's none of this destroying the statues or getting back to the Krusty Krab. None of this happened in the movie. But again, that's the problem with trying to make a movie tie-in game, is that it just oftentimes is very incompatible because of how inherently different the two types of storytelling is. Talking about movie tie-in games that don't work, thoughts on the Lego Movie video game. I would need to replay it, but the first Lego Movie game I remember liking. I don't remember having any problems with the original Lego Movie video game. The second one is possibly the worst game that they've ever made. The worst Lego game that they've ever made.
Like walking on ice cream.
The game is more of an adaptation of the movie rather than following the movie exactly. Well, yeah, but that's the problem that permeates a lot of different. That's what I was talking about with, like, most, not all, because sometimes you have things like the Cars game or the Over the Hedge game where they understand that trying to emulate. Can I not? Okay, I guess I couldn't fall off the edge there, unless I was standing in one very specific spot. A lot of times, like, those games don't try to emulate the movie. They try to do their own story. And that works a lot better because they aren't limited by the narrative structure of a film. Okay, this I do like. I do like this joke a lot. That the idea that the ultimate challenge, the ultimate combat challenge is just one jellyfish that you have to kill as Patrick. It's kind of continuing the joke from Battle for Bikini Bottom, where in that game, Patrick's dream is the last ultimate challenge, but when you actually do it, it's literally just walk up to Patrick, talk to him, and then he gives you the golden spatula. I do like that. Points for that joke. That's a pretty solid joke. And then, for some reason, they immediately spawn me back up here as SpongeBob. Instead of... okay. What about the Skywalker Saga? I said possibly one of. I'm not sure if it's exactly... Why can I not fall... Okay. There's, like, very specific spots where you're allowed to fall off the cliff there. It's weird. I don't want to make the claim that it's definitively the worst, but it's at least among... It's one of... It's, like, top 3 at least worst LEGO games. Any other positives I can give to this game? Level design in the early game is pretty solid. The soundtrack is great. The core movement, because it was copied from Battle for Bikini Bottom, is also quite strong. It's not a terrible game. It's like right down the middle of the road. It just has a lot of it's like really strong core. Like I've said throughout the stream, it's a really strong core weighed down by really shoddy architectural support. Favorite movie tie-in game? Unless, if you count Battle for Bikini Bottom, then that, because of course it's not a movie tie-in, but it's a tie-in to the show, so it depends on if you count that. Beyond that, I'd probably say the Over the Hedge game. Although, if you count the LEGO Indiana Jones, then it's probably that. Cars video games up there as well, though. Thoughts on the SpongeBob episode Sleepy Time? I really like Sleepy Time. I wouldn't rate it as a top tier episode, but I would rate it as a good episode. Maybe like a 7. In the 7. I posted a tier list of all the SpongeBob episodes from seasons 1 through 3 on my server over the summer when I finished my rewatch. I think Sleepy Time was in the good category. And then the episode it was paired with, Suds, was in the great category. What's the most average video game I've ever played? The most 5 out of 10 ever? It's really hard for me to answer. Like, whenever anyone asks me this question, it's always hard for me to answer because, like, by nature of being an average video game, it doesn't really stand out all that much. And when someone asks me to name the worst things ever, that's easier because, of course, the bad things are going to have a stronger impact on you. Where, what the fuck? Am I going insane, or did I just touch nothing and get hurt? Because I feel like I just touched the air and sustained damage as a result. Let's try that again. I could have sworn I just touched nothing there. Let's try again. Okay, there's clearly nothing. Okay, wait for the smoke to go away. There's clearly nothing here. Jump out. That... Okay, wow, So, what's probably happening is that when the steam activates, it's not a dynamic hitbox that grows and expands as the steam expands. It's a binary switch that flips on and off. That, like, it's just, is the steam on, or is it not on? If it's on, you can't pass by it. Even if the steam hasn't caught up to you yet, it still treats it as if the steam is fully extended. Man, like, everything about this game just screams, hey, we rushed this out the door in time for the movie's release, and it really shows. Like, that is... Oh. Well. Had a pretty bad night, so this is a good distraction. I'm glad I can help you distract yourself from the otherwise rough night you've been having. I've said it before, but if people can leave my stream in a better mood than they were in than they arrived at it, then I've done my job successfully. Does Over the Hedge count as a tie-in? It's only really the first few levels that adapt from the film. Well, that's what I like. It's so I would still qualify it as because it was released in tandem with the movie. Okay, jump now before the scene even gets a chance to activate. Like, just because it doesn't follow the movie one-to-one, it's still clearly made to tie into the movie's release, and I think that's really the only... I guess it depends on how you define it, but I still think it would fit the category of being a tie-in game. But that's... The fact that it doesn't follow the movie's story outside of the first 4 levels is a huge part of why it works, because it isn't weighed down by a completely different medium of storytelling's structure. Same thing with the Cars game. It's not trying to retell the story of the movie, it's telling its own story, which lends itself more naturally to the gameplay that it offers all. So I almost screwed that up colossally. Current thoughts on the upcoming FNAF 2 movie? I'm not going to see it because I refuse to support Blumhouse. If they're going to support generative AI, I will not financially support their movies. I can't. I refuse. Why is this game considered the second best SpongeBob game by some people? I don't like to say this because it feels very condescending to be like, you only like this because of nostalgia. But I do believe that, like, a lot of people have intense nostalgia for this game because they played it when they were a kid. I mean, I have it as well. I have a lot of nostalgia for this, but I do think that it's a big contributor to why a lot of people think so fondly of it. It might be screwed here. Nope. Got it. I managed to not get hit by any of his projectiles. I gotta jump, like, right when the steam disappears, so that I don't ever run the risk of hitting an invisible hitbox again. What, I say the Cars video game is like the real Cars 2? In a way, yeah. I say the same thing about the Over the Hedge game. Do I regret seeing Speak No Evil in theaters? No, because I couldn't possibly have known that Blumhouse was going to be doing this shit. Like, it's not very productive to blame yourself for things that you had no way of knowing. Like, I had no way of knowing before this month that Blumhouse was supporting generative AI. So it's not like any time I've previously seen one of their movies in theaters, I'm like, oh my god, what have I done? Because I literally could not possibly have known what I was supporting. So, no, I don't regret seeing it in theaters. Ah, shit.
Time for some long-distance communication.
Aside from supporting AI, do I have any mild interest for FNAF 2? If we completely ignore the fact that it's made by a shitty company, and we just focus on the movie as a movie, mild interest in seeing... Really what I'm interested in is seeing if they learn from their mistakes. Like, seeing if... Oh, that feels like an instant game over if that hits you. Okay. My throat is dying. I'm glad we're coming up on the end of the game, because my throat is dying. I'm mildly interested in seeing if they learn from their mistakes, because Scott claims that he's listening to people. Like, he said I'm paying attention, he knows the first film can be improved, and he's listening to people's feedback. Which is nice to hear, but it means nothing until the movie comes out and we see if they actually were listening. So, from that perspective, I'm interested in seeing how the second one changes, but I'm not supporting Blumhouse to do it. Again, I'm not saying I would never condone purchasing a ticket for a different movie and then going into the theater where FNAF 2 is playing at a theater that doesn't offer assigned seating. I'm not saying that that's something you can do. Just, you know. So are you just fucked if he does this? I feel like you're just fucked if he does that. There's nowhere for you to run.
Time for some long-distance communications.
This level's annoying. This level's very, very annoying. But at least we're coming up on the end. Although, I say that, but isn't there... I feel like I remember there being one more paywall at the end of this level. Is this the worst part of the game? No. No, I wouldn't... I think the worst part of the game is... any of the driving levels. Probably Sunday driving, because it's a level that has no reason to exist. I wouldn't... Because at least we're actually platforming here. At least we're actually, you know, using the movement engine from Battle for Bikini Bottom. So, that's already a significant step up over any of the driving levels. Thoughts on the Wendy's Krabby Patty meal? I hate it. I hate it because, one, Steven Hillenburg very explicitly did not want fast food to be... He didn't want to use SpongeBob to market fast food to children. And two, it's just a... I mean, I haven't had it because I can't eat meat, but from what I've heard anecdotally, and from what I've seen, like, I can't comment on the taste, but I can comment on what it looks like. And what it looks like to me is just a regular-ass Wendy's burger that they just gave a special label to. And, like, I get that, you know, it's a fast food restaurant, so they can't, like, do something ultra special or specific beyond the scope of their standard food output. But surely it wouldn't be that much effort to just, I don't know, put the ingredients on the bun in the correct order that they're in the show. Or, at the very least, maybe have a bun with sesame seeds on it, like in the show. Also, it's really awkward that it's, like, they've said explicitly that the Krabby Patty has no meat in it. Like, canonically, the Krabby Patty is a vegan burger. It does not have any actual meat in it, but the Wendy's burger does. And also, it's not round. Like, the whole thing is like, oh, it's a square patty. Get it? Because it's like SpongeBob. Okay, that's cool, but you're calling it the Krabby Patty. The Krabby Patties are not fucking square. They're round. They're round. What do you mean? It's fine. I mean, I don't care about Wendy's. But, like, the biggest problem with it is like, just the moral aspect of disrespecting his... Because I know a lot of people will use Steven Hillenburg as, like, a shield to be like, he would hate the current state of SpongeBob. He would hate what you are doing with... the lava just fucking disappeared. He would hate what you guys are doing with the show. And it's like, okay, don't use him as, like... That feels kind of gross to use him to just, like, hide behind any... To just put all your criticisms up and then button it off with the creator would hate it, which you have no way of knowing, and it just feels gross to use a dead man's image and namesake to try to make your criticisms sound more justified. But in this case, like, he's on record very explicitly saying that the one thing he did not want SpongeBob to be used for was to market fast food to kids. And then what do? They do exactly that. I've even seen some people go so far as to say, like, like, so some people will change their mind on how much Steven Hillenburg, I guess, I don't know where the other trampoline went. They'll change their mind on whether Steven Hillenburg's word actually matters or not. Like, if it's something like criticizing the show itself, they'll be like, if someone uses Steven Hillenburg as a means of bolstering their criticism, they'll be like, you don't know what Steven Hillenburg would have wanted. I'm sure if he was alive, he would love the current show. As if his word does matter, but then with the Krabby Patty, where like they don't have anything to hide behind, and like he's on record saying I would not want this, they'll immediately turn around and say, oh well, you know what? Steven Hillenburg was dumb. Who cares what he thinks? It's stupid of him to not want to use SpongeBob to cross promote with fast food. It's like, okay, fuck you then, I guess. Like, jeez, this discourse just makes my head hurt. It's so insane. Okay, nailed it. Do I like any particular OST tracks from this game? Most of them. Again, there's no real bad track. I don't think there's any standout bad sound tracks from the OST. But for standout ones, I really love Turn the Tables on Plankton. I love that the final boss music. Like, most of the soundtrack is great, but the final boss music is like a whole other level. People shouldn't be using a deceased man's legacy to bolster thoughts, but Hillenburg said he didn't want spin-offs, and then Camp Curl and Patrick Show happened, didn't want fast food when he's happened. Yeah, that's, like, my position on it is very, very simply just, if he said he didn't want this, then you shouldn't do it. And that's as simple as that. Like, he didn't say anything about certain types of episodes or the ways in which a character would be written. Like, those kinds of things is very, it comes across to me as just someone trying to use someone trying to use his legacy for the sake of making their criticisms sound more justified than they are. But there are very specific cases where, like, we have it on record of Steven Hillenburg saying, I don't want this to happen, and then they're just like, yeah, well, who's gonna stop us? We're gonna do it anyway. And that feels so gross to me. How's the Toy Story 3 video going? I am in the process of editing the audio. I finished recording the commentary earlier this month, and now I'm just in the process of... It's about, like, I think 22 hours of commentary in total. Which sounds insane. The finished video is not actually going to be 21 to 22 hours long. But I do a lot of retakes. I do multiple takes of each line, so I have a lot of options when I'm editing. And also, I just flub words. Or sometimes it's not even that I flub words, but that my mouth will make really stupid sounds, like stupid clicking. I don't know if it's just because my mouth is wet or whatever, but it'll make like clicking noises in my mouth that are really distracting in the finished video. So I don't always catch those in the first batch of audio that I do, and I have to ADR them out later. But I like to try to catch as many of them as I can when I'm first doing the audio recording, so I have less work to do later. And I really hate recording the audio for my videos because I get so mad at myself if I can't say a line properly, or if I can say a line properly, but my own mouth is like screwing me over, and it feels like it's beyond my control. Then I get really, really mad really quickly. Because it's like, I know I can do this, it's just, I just can't fucking say the thing. I can't say the thing. It makes me feel like I'm way less articulate than I actually am. And also, it's just, like, physically exhausting to, because, like, my throat is already dying just doing this stream right here with you guys. and I'm just talking normally, like, I've had a few moments where I got annoyed or laughed uncontrollably at the fucking Hasselhoff. I'm not letting you guys forget about the Hasselhoff JPEG. We're not leaving. I'm not letting that escape your memory. But for the most part, it's just been a pretty normal, casual chat with everyone. And even then, my throat is still dead by the end of the stream. So now imagine if I'm trying to record something as intense as a video about Toy Story 3, for which there are, I mean, it's less taxing to do something like that than it is to do something like a Toy Story 4 video, where I'm getting very loud and exaggerated and dramatic and angry for extended periods of time. But there are still moments in my Toy Story 3 series where I do have to channel that side of me, if you will. And that is not fun on the diaphragm or the throat. It's real annoying. So it's always just, like, draining. I'm completely drained by the end of the process. I hate doing it, but it's gotta be done. And that's, like, honestly, once that's done, I continue to a bullet train for the ending, for the rest of the video, because it's all editing. Editing is my jam. Editing is my bread and butter. So I love to do that kind of stuff. I love the problem solving and the creative challenges that come about when you're trying to, because the way I look at editing is sort of like completing a puzzle, where, like, every line in the script theoretically has a perfect clip that you could pull for any given section. So it's all about finding that perfect clip, finding that perfect visual reference to match what you're saying. Audio editing is a little different because there is no visuals to support. It's all just trimming down the audio to find the best takes, which is more monotonous because you're just listening to yourself over and over and over again. But at least there are creative choices to be made there, and it's a matter of, like, figuring out what intonation do I want to have here. And that's a lot more satisfying. That's the main appeal. Anyway, Plankton's puzzle. Yeah, which buttons should we push? Do you think maybe it could be the only buttons in the room with green dumbbells in front of them instead of the red dumbbells? Rushed. It's just, again and again and again. It's just, the whole thing screams rushed. And it kind of reminds me of the tower. It's like, as a point of comparison, there's a puzzle kind of like that in the Tower of... In the Mermalair and Battle for Bikini Bottom, there's a puzzle called the Tower of Power, up by Barnacle Boy, where it's a pretty standard type of puzzle, where when you flip one tower around, or when you push one button, it will flip certain towers around, and it's a matter of figuring out what order you have to push the buttons in so that it will make every tower turn around to face the center, which actually requires some thought. Like, you can't just spam buttons wildly, you have to actually figure out what order you need to push the buttons in. But this one's just, literally, it gives you the answer. It's just push the buttons with the green dumbbells in front of them. It's very, very simple. Thoughts on the SpongeBob episode, Wormy? I believe I liked that. I think I would put that in the same tier as... I think I did put it in the same tier as Sleepy Time. Like, in the good category. Not the great category, but the good category. Of course, it did give birth to the famous meme, "We did it, Patrick! We saved the city!" Also pretty infamous as being an episode that I never liked watching as a kid because I always hated the gross out visuals. Also, does the platform respawn, or am I just fucked? Is it ever gonna... Alright. I guess if the platform falls once, it never respawns. So, that's pretty cool. Usually there's some kind of a failsafe in place to prevent yourself from being unable to progress. Pieces of Delivery is like a top 5 SpongeBob episode. Maybe even, no, I think it's a top 3 episode. It is a top 3 SpongeBob episode. I think my top 3 is Band Geeks, Pizza Delivery, and Idiot Box. Idiot Box might seem like a strange pick, but it's such a creative concept. The idea that, like, Squidward doesn't realize that he thinks the box itself is somehow magical, and that it's like giving SpongeBob and Patrick the ability to imagine all these crazy situations. But what he doesn't realize is that the only reason why he is even able to hear all these like sword clashing sound effects and all this like he's hearing this movie in his head when SpongeBob and Patrick are in that box is because Squidward himself has such an active imagination, but he doesn't realize it. He's too stuck in his own ways to realize that the box isn't special anyway. It's him that makes the box. It's them. It's such a good episode. And they retconned it in a more recent one. I remember that. And we were talking about new SpongeBob earlier and if I liked it. And I do like, of the episodes that I've actually sat down to watch, I've liked all the ones from the new era. But that episode where they retconned the Idiot Box to being like an actual magical thing that gives the characters heightened imagination or whatever the fuck it is, that like completely misses the point of the entire episode. Your favorite episode has gotta be the Krusty Krab training video. That's another good one. Thoughts on SD129? I talked about it a bit earlier in the stream. I liked it a lot as a kid, but the time travel mechanics of how Squidward gets, how he breaks the lever and ends up between timelines and then ground pounds through the floor and ends up back in the time machine, and then somehow just wishing hard enough for him to get back home allows him to go home. They also retconned Santa's meeting with SpongeBob. Yeah, it's like, that's... I had forgotten how Sandy actually met SpongeBob when I first watched Once in the Run because it had been so long. But then I actually rewatched the show and I'm like, oh, they just fucking lied. Because they need to sell their shitty Paramount Plus Camp Coral thing. Oh, because only the best things, like the Halo show, go on Paramount Plus. I'm so glad that worthless show is dead in the water and it's never coming back. Halo show commentary when, if I can be convinced to finish recording season 2.
SpongeBob, King Neptune is already at the Krusty Krab too. He's all set to fry crabs, and there's nothing you can do about it.
We'll just see about that.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a show to catch. Plan C, I love you.
You won't get away with this, Plankton!
Ah, we did it. People defend the retcon because it's SpongeBob, it has no continuity. And in certain instances, I can understand why people... Oh, right. Fucking... Okay, we're almost there. Just one more driving level. One more 30 FPS driving level, and then we're out.
SpongeBob, you're almost there, but you'll need the paddy wagon to make it through to the Krusty Krab.
But Mindy, we lost the paddy wagon.
I think I can bring it back, but you'll need more Goofy Goober tokens. Come back as soon as you can.
Oh, fuck off. Hey, we need to drive back to the Krusty Krab, or else we won't stop Neptune before he fries crabs. So let's run through all the other levels first, and take more time than it probably would to simply walk there. And Mindy's just gonna magically materialize a new paddy wagon out of her asshole, I guess. I am so ready to be done with this game. I'm ready to be done. Spawn me as Patrick again. Do it. Do it. You won't. Spawn me as Patrick for a Sonic Wave challenge. Do it. Do it. Do it. You did it. You did it. You fucking did it. It's a SpongeBob challenge. Patrick literally can't do this. Why do you spawn me as Patrick for a challenge that can only be done as SpongeBob? Is it because this game is really good? That must be why. It's too genius. I simply don't understand the ingenious design. See, okay, here's the thing with backtracking. In Battle for Bikini Bottom, like, it is possible for you to reach a point where you have to backtrack, and I missed the ring. For you to have to backtrack and get more golden spatulas. But here's the thing. The game never blindsides you, right? Because when you're in the hub world, the spatula requirements for all the levels are clearly shown to you in the hub world. Like, you never hit a wall where it's like, oh, I guess I have to stop playing now and go do more side quests. Because they don't hide it from you, they tell you pretty explicitly, to access this level, you need this amount of spatulas. But in this game, because it's so linear, there's no way to know until you load into the level, and then Mindy sandbags you with, sorry, you actually can't keep playing the game. You gotta go do more side quest shit. Fuck you. It's really annoying. And also, in Battle for Bikini Bottom, you aren't forced to do padded, like, challenges like this, because there's always more levels to go to. There's always at least one level in each section of the hub world with no spatula requirement. And if you have to go hunting for more spatulas, it's always main level objectives. It's never like just fly your cruise bubble through the rings or do this faster kind of thing. What's the worst SpongeBob episode from season 1 to 3? I'm with Stupid. I fucking hate I'm with Stupid. I forgot how much I loathe that episode. Genuinely bottom tier TV. It's awful. And frankly, I don't even think it's kind of close. Like, there's other episodes that I don't really like that much. Like, I'm not big on squirrel jokes either, for kind of the same reasons. Like, it feels very mean-spirited in some areas. But, like, it's nowhere near as bad as I'm with Stupid. I'm with Stupid is a whole other level of awful. Okay, now what? We can either do the rock slide ring challenge, or we can do more Sonic Wave stuff. It's either the ring challenge or the Sonic Wave, and I think the ring challenge is probably still less frustrating, so let's do the ring challenge. There's other episodes like Squirrel Jokes that I'm not a big fan. I'm not a fan of I Was a Teenage Gary. I'm not a fan of Valentine's Day. There's a lot of episodes that I'm just not, like, I'd call them bad. But I'm with Stupid is subterranean levels of quality. Anyway, so the thing I was talking about earlier, I understand in some instances when people say, like, SpongeBob has no continuity because it's an episodic sitcom type thing. In specific instances, I understand where people are coming from with that. But for something like the Idiot Box, it's not just, like, changing something meaningless, changing some random innocuous detail for the sake of a joke that has no other impact beyond the fact that it's different. But retconning the origins of the Idiot Box, like, it very clearly, like, they showed them ordering the TV. They ordered the TV, and they immediately threw it out because they don't care about the TV, because they just want the box. It's just a box. It's just a box, and the power comes from their imagination. That's a great idea. That's a great message for a kid's show.
Here you go, Cat.
Dude, it's fine. Have I seen SpongeBob Season 4? Yes, I like SpongeBob Season 4 a lot. I am not a SpongeBob purist who only wants the first 3 seasons and the movie and nothing else. I am very fond of Season 4.
Do you have any treats?
Last time I watched Sponge Out of Water in the original SpongeBob movie. The original SpongeBob movie I watched this summer after I finished rewatching the first 3 seasons. Sponge Out of Water, I don't think I've seen it since 2015, honestly. I mean, I've seen clips of it since then, but I don't think I've actually sat down to watch the full movie since I first saw it in theaters. I might have rented it once, but that's only a maybe. It's been almost a decade, I'd say, with confidence. It's been almost a decade since I saw that movie in full.
Take that, you! Big monster thing!
So I might go a little quieter for these last few levels, just to try to give my voice a little bit of a rest. But I'll still be answering questions when I can. Favorite and least favorite Season 4 episode? My favorite episode from Season 4 is Krusty Towers. That, I think, deserves to be in the running with, like, all-timer best SpongeBob episodes. I love, love, love Krusty Towers. Least favorite... I don't know, I need to watch it again. It's been a long time since I've seen Season 4.
Dark. Red.
Nothing immediately really jumps out in my mind. Oh, maybe the best day... I feel like I remember the best day ever episode being kind of crap.
How you like me now?
Because, like, it was hyped up a lot because of the song from the movie, but I remember the episode being kind of underwhelming. But I don't think I have, like, one definitive least favorite Season 4 episode that stands out in my mind. Again, though, I need to revisit because it's been so long. I don't care, Mindy. Fuck you and your challenges. I'm not doing them. Fuck off. I'm tempted to do the Cyclops time challenge just to avoid having to do the Sonic Wave challenge or more driving, but I don't know that map well enough to be able to cut corners effectively, so let's just rip the band-aid off and do the stupid Sonic Wave challenge. Did I only watch Sponge on the Run once? Yes. I did not rewatch it for the worst movies video. I've only seen that movie once. Which was enough. It was more than enough, actually. Alright, here we go. Let the pain begin. I mean, it'll be less painful this time because I'm more familiar with... I've refreshed my memory on where a lot of the rings are. But I kid you not, this took me forever the first time I did it. I don't know how long it took, but it took way longer than I thought it was going to. Because of how much of a nightmare it is trying to get through all the damn rings, trying to predict where they're gonna come from. And then just having the reaction time to, like, they have one ring that you have to, they start you at the bottom, and then they make you fly up to a really high elevation to get the next ring, and then they immediately make you nosedive to get the ring after that. Torturous. Torturous is what it is. Here's, again, the wall of faith. Just fly. Who would intuitively think to do that? Just fly into the wall and hope that I guess it will miraculously reveal a secret passage. I missed it. Damn it. Damn, these turns are so goddamn tight. We might be here a while. Yeah. Well, at least that box won't be there next time. So at least I don't think the boxes respawn. I mean, I guess we'll find out in a second. Yeah, box doesn't respawn, so that's good. But that's not that part was on me. The first part is easy. It's the second part. And you can see the target over there in the distance. But we gotta jump through literally jump through all these hoops first. Before we're allowed to get to it. Magical door, faith, open for me. Stay low. God, they're so tight. It's like a hard 90-degree turn right there. They keep you low and then they make you go super high. And then they immediately make you nosedive right down. Okay, I gotta get ready for the turn this time. We have to... You have to know that's coming. It's the only possible way that you can actually react to that in time is if you know to expect that. Ah! Somehow we saved that. Again, another magical door of faith. Oh, and also the rings move. Oh, and, oh my fucking god. Oh my god, the rings move. The rings move, and again, there's one up high and one down low. Oh. Come on, man. This music is too good for this level. It's not even like great or anything, it's just good. Which is already too good for this level. Ugh. I'll give them credit for being generous enough to make it so that as long as you are touching the yellow ring, even if you're not, like, through the ring, as long as you're touching it, it still counts as if you went through it. Credit for that. It's over. Holy shit, man, why does it take so long? Why does that last so long? What? I don't understand why that goes on for, like, that is just so unnecessarily drawn out. Constantly back and forth. Up and down, high and low, side to side. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost at the end. We just got one more driving level, and then we get the final boss. And the final boss is actually good.
SpongeBob, you've got enough Goofy Goober tokens for me to bring back the patty
Me to abracadabra the fucking patty wagon out of my asshole. Oh, did the sound break again? Oh, yeah, the sound, well, at least it's not because it was loading in the animation.
Guys, you're almost done. The Krusty Krab is at the end of this road.
Thanks for all your help, Mindy.
Yes. Thanks for helping us.
Don't thank me yet. You'll have to hurry or the road will be blocked. Go as fast as you can and try to get past the falling debris. If the road gets blocked, you'll have to try again.
By the way, I'll just spoil this for you right now. This level is literally just the first driving level, but backwards, and shit's falling all over the place. Which I would be fine with if it was, you know, if it wasn't invented. So, because I like the idea in games of taking a level from the beginning of the game and bringing it back later, but showing it all, like, torn to shit. Halo Combat Evolved does this, where the first level and the last level of the game take place on the same spaceship, but when you return to the end of the game, the Flood has taken over the ship completely. So, it looks totally, it's unrecognizable from how it was originally. And even then, they take you to new sections of the spaceship that you had never been to previously. But, I mean, for one thing, this is just invented for the sake of the game. It wasn't a part of the movie. And for another thing, apart from the fact that the sky is orange, pretty much all the same obstacles, or at least the same types of obstacles, are here that were here in the first time we were in this part of the game. Flying through rings, what is this, Superman 64? I've seen a lot of people mention that today. I haven't played Superman 64, so I can't comment on it. But I'm willing to bet that the rings in this game are probably better, because there's nothing wrong with the controls of the Sonic Wave in this game. It's just the placement of the rings is so cheap, at least in that specific. For the other ones, they're fine for the most part, but that specific one is really, really cheap. Is this a worse version of the Bubble Cruise from Battle for Bikini Bottom? Not. I mean, it's the same thing. It's just a different aesthetic texture. Like, the other one is SpongeBob makes a missile out of a bubble. This one is Sonic sends a sonic wave with the power of his guitar skills, which is a cool way to tie it into the movie, because of course Sonic, wow, Freudian slip, SpongeBob uses his sonic, his guitar playing skills to defeat the Plankton's army. So it controls exactly the same as, it is literally just the cruise bubble from Battle for Bikini Bottom. It's just the ways in which it's used to make it cumbersome. Okay, we finally made it.
Alright, Krabs. Time for you to die.
Not so fast, Plankton. I brought back King Neptune's crown, and I'm here to save Mr. Krabs.
Nice work, SpongeBob. You made it all the way to Shell City and back. That's a heroic feat. Too bad it won't help. All hail, Plankton.
Hey, King Neptune already has a crown.
That's no crown, Patrick. It's one of Plankton's bucket hats. Plankton is controlling King Neptune.
That's right. And now I'll have the pleasure of removing you along with your friends. Neptune, I command you to kill SpongeBob! Kill SpongeBob!
All hail, Plankton.
Alright. Q, turn the tables on Plankton, which, one, is a clever name for the final boss, because you are literally turning the tables in order to win the boss, while also metaphorically, symbolically turning the tables on Plankton. But also, the music just fucking rocks. I wouldn't even call it like a top tier piece of music or anything, but it's just goes way harder than you'd think it would for a SpongeBob game. Time for the best boss in the game? True. Because this one feels like it feels like an actual boss. It has like a strategy, a pretty cool and creative way to literally turn the tables on Plankton. It's leaps and bounds ahead of every other boss in the game, which just dies when you sneeze on it. What am I going to do for the rest of the day after the stream? Well, first I'm going to eat lunch. That's step one. And then after that, I am probably going to edit the final episode of Alien Isolation. Oh shit, I didn't want to bash there. Almost landed right. Oh, right, I forgot about this. So the boss is really good, except it has the most obvious cheese spot ever that just completely breaks the whole thing. Once you finish turning the tables and you don't have to move anymore, you can just sit here and he can't get you. He simply cannot get you. Kind of trivializes things.
Stop that! Your chops are too righteous!
Is the game as bad as I remembered? Well, as I said at the very beginning of the stream, every problem I have with this game is still consistent with what it's like. As I predicted, I have nothing about the actual things I said about the game has changed. Just that it's not one of the worst things ever made. It's like I think I'm pretty sold on set on a 5 out of 10 for this. It's a 5. I mean, if you want me to judge the 100% experience, it might be a 4. But just overall, the game as a whole, I think I'm pretty set on it being a 5. Oh, that counted? Okay. That flew way over his head. That probably shouldn't have. I mean, I guess I have it upgraded, so it's a little more generous with the range. Most overrated and underrated movie? Overrated, I'm not sure. Maybe Spirited Away. Underrated would be Searching, because no one knows it exists. Although, since I just watched it last night, it's kind of fresh in my mind. Back to the Future Part 3 is the most slept-on third entry in history. The story of Back to the Future is not complete without that third movie.
I command you to kill him!
Now, unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Turn the Tables on Plankton. But at least it gets replaced with an equally awesome DMCA song. But it's worth it. It's worth it for the Goofy Goober Rock. Also, I think I've lost too many hit points to do this. I'm probably not doing this first try. I will say, though, the cheat spot no longer works when you get to phase 3 because obviously the whole floor has been torn to shreds. So, you can't reach it anymore. Is I'm With Stupid one of the worst cartoon episodes I've ever seen? Yes. I fucking despise that episode. Alright, we only need to hit him one more time, but also we can't really get hit that many more times. So it's gonna be close. Am I enjoying my day so far? Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, the game's kind of meh. It's not really not that great. I was pretty sure going into this that I wasn't really gonna come out of this enjoying it that much. Ah, shit. Well, we almost did it first try. I guess I'd say I enjoyed it more than I was expecting to, because the first few levels are genuinely pretty fun. It's just they can't maintain that because it gets bogged down in too much driving, too much padding. Also, David Hasselhoff JPEGs. Long live the David Hasselhoff JPEG. The stupid fucking... Ah, I love it. Alright, not to jinx it, but I think we got this in the bag. We have full health. I have to royally fuck this up. To not... Okay, let's not take a hit immediately after I say that, please. God, Goofy Goober Rock is such a good cover. Just better safe than sorry. So I don't have to deal with... Oh, okay, that's enough risks for one day. Not pull any of that shit again. Alright, just sit here, nice and comfy. We got this. We got this. And that's it. That's the game. Eat that, sucker. Oh, did the sound break again? The sound broke again, are you kidding me? Or actually, maybe there was no sound. Is there sound for that cutscene? Maybe there just isn't sound for that cutscene. Well, either way, it's funny. Either the sound broke at the worst time, or there just wasn't sound for that cutscene. Either way, that's really funny.
Kill him! Kill him, you idiot! Idiot? No. Idiot. French for handsome man. Eugene Krabs, it looks like you were innocent the whole time. Oh well, that's why pencils have erasers. And now to thank the brave heroes who recovered my crown and saved Bikini Bottom, SpongeBob and Patrick, you have performed a manly deed.
I'm so proud of you.
Thanks, Mindy. I've learned a few things about myself.
It's like a colorized storyboard.
Knucklehead McSpazzy.
Like, this is what you would use to pitch the flow and the timing of the episode.
And I like being
in an animatic form. It's just a colorized animatic.
And so ends the most heroic tale ever.
It's just lazy.
in Bikini
Well,
Bottom.
maybe not lazy.
And as the sun sets over the island paradise above the waves, we must stop and
Because
wonder
again, they didn't have
how
time, so
long
lazy. I can't say.
depends on
I can't honestly call them lazy.
Now
It's
go
just
outside and get some sun.
colorized cinematic implies they drew things. Good point.
It's a good thing SpongeBob wrote this stuff down.
Okay, so in conclusion, the SpongeBob SquarePants movie game is fine. It's okay. I'm perfectly content with calling this game a 5 out of 10. Again, the only thing that I said in my original video that I don't think I'd stand by anymore is I said that all the levels looked ugly. I don't think the levels don't all look ugly. They look less polished than they would have if they had more than a year. But there's only a couple levels that like genuinely look really bad. Or even not really bad, just look bad, I'd say. And again, I don't like that the levels are as linear as they are. Oh, Tommy Tallarico Studios. Okay. Because I don't like that the way that they pace out objectives. I don't like that the challenges are limited to just like pads that warp you out of the level instead of being more naturally integrated into the levels like they are in Battle for Bikini Bottom. It feels more artificial. The Combat Arena challenges are literally just enemy spam. There's nothing interesting about those at all. I actually do like, I think I might have thrown some shade at the SpongeBob challenges. I actually do genuinely like the SpongeBob challenges. Floating block challenges and SpongeBob challenges are great. I love, because they're actually platforming challenges. You know, what this game should be. But then you have driving, which just fucking sucks ass. And again, you can avoid most of the driving levels. But I don't like the defense of, like, simply don't play the terrible levels, because it's an implicit concession that they are terrible. I've actually seen people defend this by saying, like, yeah, well, you don't have to play the bad levels, because you can just use cheat codes to skip them. Oh, great. Okay. So now we're just advocating for using cheat codes to skip the... You know, we sure are jumping through a lot of hoops to avoid actually playing this game. To the point where, like, just use cheat codes. Yeah, there's way more so than Battle for Bikini Bottom. There's just, the optional objectives here feel so copy-pasted. It's just blatant padding. The time challenge, the ring challenges, the bungee challenges. It's just copied it again and again and again. There's too many non-platforming levels. I hate the paywalls. It's not Sonic Unleashed bad. It's nowhere near as bad as that. But, like, it's all backloaded. At the very end of the game, you have the paywall of 40 tokens at the beginning of the Planktopolis level, and then at the end of that level, or the start of the next level, you have another paywall for 50 tokens. There's no reason for that to be there, other than to artificially extend the game. And, like, I might enjoy the time challenges if I weren't forced to engage with them to progress. I hate that they lock baseline attributes behind a skill tree. It just feels rushed. It feels like, hey, we need a movie game. Just copy and paste the BFBB engine and run with it. That's why it made my list the first time, because it took the core of a much better game and it just wasted it with inferior design. But it's not awful. It's all right. Like I said, it's 5 out of 10. There's way worse games under the SpongeBob umbrella than this. And the first half does have some decent levels, and the core movement is still really solid because it was ripped from Battle for Bikini Bottom, so it's not like there's no fun to be had here. And yeah, it's just... I wish this game wasn't rushed out the door, and I wish it wasn't developed in tandem with the Incredibles game. Anyway, I would ordinarily like to stick around a little bit after we beat the game so I can chat with people, but I am starving. My stomach is, like, actually growling, so I'm gonna make a bit of a speedy exit here. So, thank you all for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed watching me play through the SpongeBob SquarePants movie game. I look forward to revisiting the rest of the games on that worst movies list at some point in the future. Hopefully you enjoy the rest of your weekend, and hope to see you all soon for whatever it is you decide to watch next. Have a good day, everybody.
The smile.
Let's start